If a mom came to you and said, I just don't think it's possible to be a mom, to be a great mom, and pursue my dreams at the same time, what would you say to her?
I would say that your mindset is everything. If you don't believe you can do it, you won't do it. But if you believe and you feel confident and you tell yourself every single day, I can do it and I will do it, that is a significant difference. The brain is a very powerful tool and we can use it to our advantage, but we can also use it to our disadvantage. And we do that daily, constantly, in and out, doubting ourselves and then picking ourselves back up, doubting ourselves, picking ourselves back up. And I think if we continue to look at it as I will accomplish this and I will do this, and setting those goals for yourself and locking them into your brain, it's such a powerful way of taking on what you want to accomplish and really seeing it through.
I'd say I think you have to. There can be small dreams that are big. They don't have to be grandiose, big dreams. It can be, I want to sleep train my child this month. That is a big, huge goal, and you could be working towards that. It could be, I want to get a nap in twice a week. I want to get through a book this month. I want to take a walk with a girlfriend once a week. So I think when we are whole, and maybe that's the walk, maybe that's the book, or maybe that's a full-time CEO role, we're all going to be filled differently. So remember that our cup being full is different for you, and it's different for me, and it's different for her.
But get it out of your head that it's going to always be balanced, because I feel like I'm still trying every day. And as long as you can kind of commit to constantly showing up and reworking the schedule and reworking how you do things until you find what works for you, it is possible. Does that mean maybe it's going to take more time? Yes, it depends on you, right? If I know I need X amount of days with my kids so I feel good so that I could show up when I have a work slot, I have to be okay that it might take a little bit longer. But in the meantime, you're also showing your kids, look at what's possible, right? My mom told me, figure out what you love to do. You'll have to work hard, but figure out how to make money doing that. And I hope that as the kids grow up in this creative space and seeing all this, what were we flying in the air for today, Mom? That as they get older, they'll be able to, that's something that I constantly, when I start feeling really guilty, that it's like, no, it's okay. I hope that they will be inspired one day by what I'm trying to build. So it is possible. It's just, it might look a little messier than you thought.
Fight for yourself. Fight for yourself, for not just for yourself, but for your family and for your husband and for the world. Because until you get to a place where you can be happy internally and you have peace in your life, you're not going to be able to contribute to the world what you have to offer. So fight for yourself.
Good morning. Who wants to fight for themselves? That was just a brief clip of some of the interviews that are available to you completely for free as part of this conference when you register. And you can just click the link below this video if you're watching on the possibilitymomconference.com/live. Just click the button below in order to register and get access to all of this. We know that some of you are having challenges getting access to all of it. And thank you so much for being patient with us. We are actively working on it. I'll tell you exactly what happened, everybody. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Because there are so many new friends here, because so many moms registered for this conference, because there was an overwhelming number of moms who said, yes, I want this help. I want this joy. I want this lift this weekend. It basically crashed my registration system. And so this is a great problem to have, but really frustrating for you. I just want to let you know that I see you and that we hear you. And mad props over there to the man sitting to my right, my husband. He is the one responding to every single email. And if you'll just be patient with us, we will get you what you need. And we are going to extend the ability to watch all its, I think, 66 interviews. We're going to extend the time to watch all of these interviews for at least a full 24 hours. We might even go one more day, just so you have the time in which to, do your thing. So just want to let you know that I will, as soon as my tech team lets me know exactly how we're going to do that we're going to do that for you. So I'm just so excited because the interviews are too good to not watch, honestly, multiple times. All right, a couple housekeeping things. We had so much fun yesterday. And if yesterday is any indication of the power and the inspiration and the insight, all of your messages in the chat, all of your private messages to me on DM, all of your tags using the hashtag the Possibility Mom Conference, and your tags of me on Instagram at Lisa Canning. I saw every single, or at least I think I saw every single one of them. And I just love that you are enjoying this content. If you missed it, don't you worry. You can watch the day one video, right? Just go right down here. It's just down below. If you're watching on the possibilitymomconference.com/live, you can see the day one replay right below me. And if you are watching this on Facebook or YouTube, you can see yesterday's live content, on the Facebook feed. Or on the YouTube, like in my videos. So don't worry, nobody's missing out. We're going to make sure that nobody gets left behind. Okay. Today is a mildly special day. And I just need if you'll just bear with me, I just need a few things. Hey, Josh, I need you to pass me that. So we need, if you'll just bear with me, we just, first we're going to do this. And then we're just going to do a little bit of this. And then we're going to do just a little bit of this. And then we're going to do just a little bit of this. And then we're going to do a little bit of this. Wait, this looks ridiculous. Hold on. And then we're going to do a little bit of this. Wait. What's not enough? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Because it's my birthday. It's the Possibility Mom birthday today. And you better believe it, I intentionally planned this conference on my birthday because I cannot think of a more fun and special. Oh my gosh, there is hair in my mouth. I cannot think of a more fun and special way to bring a little bit of hope and bring a little bit of joy to the party. So listen, do me a favor. I'm going to put this up here. Can you do me a favor as a birthday wish? Can you take a picture and share that you're participating in this conference for this epic birthday party with me? Okay, ready? Get your phone out and get ready to take a picture. 3, 2, 1. I'll give you one more opportunity. It's my birthday. I'm so excited that today's going to be the best day ever. Okay, it's going to be the best day ever. Today is going to be happy. Today, we're going to continue to unpack. Oh, wait, hold on. Now I got to take it all off. Today, we're going to continue to unpack the topic of, is it possible to be a great mom and pursue your dreams at the same time? And the answer is a resounding yes, but the how is obviously the tricky part. Yesterday, we heard in the live interviews from the beautiful Jennifer Fulwiler. And the thing that I got the most from her interview and what seemed to resonate the most with all of you from my DMs is the concept of 2 concepts from her interview. Number 1, simply not being afraid of the bomb, meaning not being afraid of failure. And then number 2, having the courage to take massive action, and simply having the courage to take massive action again and again and again. And then we heard from founder of the Women's School, January Donovan, and we talked about dreams, and we talked about why dreams don't need to die in motherhood, even if they might feel that way. And we talked about what it was like, or what it might be like, to live a life without guilt. And I popped into the Facebook group. If you're not already in the Facebook group, that is where I'm going to be popping in for somewhat spontaneous cocktail hours, so to speak. I wanted this conference to feel as much like a live in-person event as possible. So at the end of a conference, if we were in person, we'd be hanging out, in the lobby, getting a drink or having a snack. And so last night in my spontaneous cocktail hour, that was the conversation. What would it look like and what would it feel like if we did not burden ourselves with so much guilt? And I think it's a really important place to begin today, because what I really first of all, let's just imagine that. Like, can you imagine you make a mistake, you forget an appointment, you yell at your child, you are passive aggressive to your husband. You make a mistake, because we're human beings and these things happen. And imagine, instead of being self-condemning and really piling on how could you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Calling ourselves names, all the things that we do when we feel like we have failed. What if instead we had enough self-compassion to say to ourselves, hey, I'm always growing. Hey, there's always room for improvement. Hey, I can see possibility in this situation. And what last night's talk, and I really want to encourage you to watch it. That replay is worth your time to watch. Those interviews with Jennifer Fulwiler and January Donovan are really worth your time. What I wanted to encourage you to remember is that we always have choice. It's a choice to go deeper and deeper and deeper into self-condemnation. I know it might not feel like it. It might not feel like there's a way out, but it is a choice to go further and to stay there. And it's a choice to find hope, or to find possibility, or to find, the opportunity. I shared yesterday pretty vulnerably, or somewhat candidly, maybe is the more appropriate word, just kind of how I was feeling about the fact that there's a whole bunch of tech issues. We worked really hard on this conference. Like, hours and hours were poured into making that back end of all the talks look and feel beautiful. I wanted it to feel like a magazine with lots of clean white space and sort of interactivity, so you could go, hop from talk to talk with ease. And of course, I wanted to ensure that the talks were titled correctly, and just a really great experience. And so you can imagine my disappointment when we poured all of that time and energy and effort into creating this beautiful experience for you. But because of a tech issue, it was not possible. The lesson that I remind myself again and again and again when these things happen is there are always going to be things that are beyond my control. To have enough of that the opposite of self-condemnation, to have that self-compassion, to say, I can only control so much and I'm going to do my best. And this is so tied to what I want to begin our day with today. This is so tied to the reason why I think dreams go to, die, as Jennifer said, in a section of our minivans. This is why I think people have lists and have goals and have, year after year, have a New Year's resolution, but don't achieve them. The difference is action. So that's where I want to begin today. I want to begin with a conversation on how do we make our dreams actually happen. And I want to put this question up for reflection, and I'd love for us to talk about it. So how do we make our dreams actually happen? It's action. It's like Jennifer Fulwiler said yesterday, massive action. Like Kristen Andrews said in the clip that from the videos that are available to you, it's sometimes very small action. but it is relentless action. And that is, there's no other way to like sugarcoat it or say anything else about it. The difference between somebody moving forward in a dream and not is the ability to take action. So you might be thinking, okay, yes, I agree with you, Lisa, and I get it. We don't need to hit this point home any farther. But what happens when you don't know how to take action? What happens when you don't know what action is the one to take? What happens when the action seems so overwhelming or so without, out of my reach that there's just no possible way like I can do it? It is too scary. And like Jen so beautifully said yesterday, the answer to that is you just do it anyway. You do the one thing that is right in front of your face that maybe you cannot fail at. That was some of the best advice I got from my business mentor, Ryan Levesque. What is one small incremental action that you can do right here, right now, that you cannot fail at, that's going to get you towards your goal? And what's so interesting about these small incremental actions is that it breeds momentum. Once you go from being sedentary to, living a more active lifestyle. So like, for example, I'm on a fitness journey. I have chosen to work with a personal trainer because I really want my results to be, I'm impatient, as I shared yesterday. So I want my results to go faster. So I chose to work with a trainer. And every time Jessica has me pick up a weight and put it back down and pick up a weight and put it back down, it might feel like I can't do it. It might feel like that weight is too heavy. It might feel like, oh my gosh, there's no way. But what I can do is take one step toward the weight. I know I can do that and not fail. And then I can take another step towards the weight. And then I know I can bend over. I know I can put my hands on the weights. And I know I can stand up. And the only way we know if we can do something or not is by actually trying. So for prime example, my trainer, she had me lift a weight that I was like, there is no way that is going to happen. Like I just kept looking at it. And I was like, no, there's no way. Like this is not going to happen. And she just simply said, like, you don't know if you don't try. And if you can't do it, then we'll adjust it. But you have to try. And that's the real secret towards, honestly, any success. It is simply the ability to have the courage to do it anyway, even if you think you're going to fail. And what is at stake here? What is at stake? What is at stake is our legacy. What is at stake is that beautiful thing that we talked about yesterday with using our imagination. What's at stake is a life that is abundant, that is the opposite of depleted, a life that is full, and a life where you are making impact. Now, impact is a funny word because as it came up yesterday in the conversation, some people, January was asked a question, do you ever feel guilty for wanting to build a very public or very, large platform? I think I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like that. And I thought she answered it beautifully. No, because she feels called to a mission. And there is a mission in every single one of us. Is everyone called to a large public platform using the internet to talk to, thousands of women like I am today? There's thousands of you watching this. It's amazing. No, not everyone is called to this, but I am. And you better believe it that I'm going to fight tooth and nail. I'm going to fight tooth and nail. Oh man, sorry. I struggle with crushing self-doubt. It's just a fact. I have a very perfectionistic tendency. I can, for many, many years, it was just simply ingrained in me that perfection was the only option. And so, as a result of that, I got straight A's in school. I was like student council president. I excelled at everything I did, if I'm just being frank. But what was very frustrating and challenging is, of course, you then get into a realm in life where you don't succeed because you just, you can't, you try something new, or it's just a reality that there's going to be something that you don't succeed in. And I found it impossible, to be honest. I found it so challenging to fail. And the reason why I'm getting emotional and talking about it is because imagine we didn't fight. Imagine I didn't fight. Imagine I just decided to call it quits because I was afraid of something like a tech issue. We wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be having this discussion on what it might be like to change a culture. We wouldn't be having a conversation, on dreams and babies and what that means and what that looks like for everybody. And sure, maybe someone else would have this conversation. There are lots of people who talk about goals and dreams and the pursuit of both as mothers. But there's nobody with the unique perspective that I've got, and there's nobody with the unique perspective that you have. You, wherever you're watching in the world, wherever you're watching, you are unrepeatable. My dear friend, someone who's become a dear friend of mine, Mary Lenneberg, she's a Catholic speaker. She has written tremendous works on this topic. She says this all the time, and it's basically ingrained in my psyche and my self-image. This concept of being unrepeatable, and you can hear her talk more about this in the in the 66 recorded talks. This concept of being unrepeatable is a gift, and it's a gift that we cannot hide. And I just believe in my heart of hearts that it's our duty and our obligation while we are here on this planet to fight for that, to fight for the unrepeatable mission that we are called to live out because of the impact it's going to leave. And that impact may be on a few people, or it may be on lots of people. The number of people doesn't matter. But what matters is we have the courage and the conviction to say, yes, God. Yes, you've given me these gifts. I'm going to use them. And I'm going to crush the dang heck out of using them. And I'm going to fight tooth and nail through resistance, through fear of failure. I'm going to embrace the bomb, as Jennifer Fulwiler said yesterday. I'm going to imagine what a full and beautiful life can look like January Donovan called us to. I'm going to fight for it, and I'm going to win. Who wants to win? Can you just put in the chat? Do you want to win? Do you want to feel like you're winning at life? And let me remind you, this does not mean that it's absent of struggle, because in struggle, we learn. In struggle, we grow. In struggle, we become more reliant on God and on others. But do you want to win? Let me know in the chat if you want to win. And the question I want to put up for reflection right now before I bring on my next guest is this. If you were to examine your life today and continued to live life in this way, would you become the person that you described in your obituary that I had you do last night? So if you were to examine your life today and continued to live this way, would you become the person you described in your obituary? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, this was an exercise that I encouraged everybody to take on yesterday, thinking about the end of your life and how you want to be remembered. And just think about that for a moment. Why or why not? Why or why not? Oh man. Oh my gosh. I went, oh man, and all this confetti just flew over my computer because what day is it today? It's my birthday. I'm just gonna continue. It's everywhere. Just FYI, I now have gold glitter everywhere. The funniest part was I was at, where did I go shopping? I went shopping yesterday and I couldn't find it. Like there was nothing. And I was like, I had all these kids around me and I was like, you know what? I'm not stopping. I'm not going to like another store. We're just going to do it all here. And it was so funny. For a hot second, I was like, oh, like there's this, like for baby gender reveals, they do these like almost like fluff, like it's like pink or blue. They had those. And I was like, I could just do like pink flower, like pink, like dust like that. And then I was like, no, it would be a very prudent choice to just somehow find all of this confetti. And a very, very kind man at the store helped me out. So let me know in the chat. Let's pull those responses up and see where we're at. So Stephanie says, yes, because I am taking action on what you have taught me, Lisa. Oh, Stephanie is a client of mine and a joy in my life. That's amazing. Lorena says, no, I'm still figuring that out and striving to take action. Yes, just keep striving. The best thing we can do is to always be curious and to always ask questions. And Amy, I see, nope, definitely not. Well, here's the thing. What is so important in this conversation, we can't have this conversation without it, is clarity of where we're going. That is why I think the obituary exercise is so important. If we can have a sense of the end in mind, where do we want our life to go? It can give us a much clearer sense of what we want to do now and the steps we need to take there. I wouldn't if I continue to allow myself to feel self-doubt, guilt, and fear or failure. But I'm learning so much here. I've had several aha moments and cried a little. Megan, just bring the tears. I keep saying if we could all just be in person, we would like have mimosas on the beach and I would just like help us all cry, basically. Okay, so I'm so sorry, I can't read. Cora says, I think so. The next big step is scary because I have anxiety around COVID, but planning to move. Oh my gosh, Cora. Oh, that's amazing. And like I shared yesterday, you can watch the replay right below me if you're watching this on the possiblymomconference.com/live. My story of moving from Toronto with almost 8 children to Southwest Florida was full of all kinds of things. And so, but it's one action at a time. Action breeds clarity, but we can also get clearer on the action by having clarity on where we want to go. And a woman who has inspired me greatly with her clarity of where she wants to go in life, with her clarity of what is important to her, with her clarity of where she will not settle, is my dear friend, Leah Darrow. Leah Darrow is a former, and here she is! Welcome to the Possibility Mom Conference, Leah Darrow. Leah, you look so pretty. But that's not like a surprise. Leah just always looks so pretty. Can Leah hear me? Hi, Leah Darrow. Can you hear me? Can she hear me? I don't think she can hear me right now, but everybody tell her how pretty she looks in the chat. So I'm going to talk about her while she cannot hear me. Leah Darrow is and maybe we can bring up these images while we're getting Leah's audio all lined up. Leah Darrow is a former America's Next Top Model contestant. And then she had a very powerful conversion experience on a photo shoot set one day. And she tells the story beautifully in her book, The Other Side of Beauty, which you can pick up anywhere that you love to find books. And it's the prettiest cover because it is the cutest visual of the back of like her hair. It's the cutest book. And I don't know if we have an image of that. There we go. The Other Side of Beauty with the beautiful Leah Darrow. She is now a Catholic speaker, and she had a very profound experience where she went viral when she decided to give her own version of an acceptance speech on while she was giving birth to her, oh, forgive me, Leah, her fifth baby, I want to say, her fifth baby. And the video went viral, and it was in response to Michelle Williams' acceptance speech at the Golden Globes, referring to her lack of children being a reason why she was able to move forward with her dreams. And Leah Darrow was like, I'm having none of that. Have we got the beautiful Leah Darrow back on stage at the Possibility Mom Conference? Well, we will. So there is essentially what happened with that video, if I'm remembering correctly, the sequence of events was that she used the hashtag babies and dreams. Babies and dreams might have come before. To be honest, I can't remember at this point. But this hashtag babies and dreams has been a very, very interesting conversation to have online. I think there were a lot of women like me who read that hashtag and embraced it quickly. And then there were some women who I know, and we talk about this on Leah's podcast. And if somebody wants to find that podcast and put it in the chat, we can definitely make that available to you. But we talked about it on Leah's podcast about some of the response that is very much on the other side of no, it's not possible, and actually almost, kind of angry about it. So Leah Darrow, welcome to the Possibility Mom Conference. Look at you. You are so beautiful, and I am so happy you are here. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm so good, Lisa. I really am so excited for today, this morning, chatting with you, chatting with all the women, all the mamas. So happy to be here. Thanks so much for the introduction, and you were so kind to me. Thank you so much.
Well, you are so kind to me. So here's the fun story. I had admired you from afar, right? Like I watched, oh my word, you guys. Anybody else watched? So I'm 37 today. I'm just going to keep telling y'all it's my birthday. But I'm 37 years old, just to give you a sense of that, like my generation. So I was the generation that got together and watched America's Next Top Model, like in a group, like, and you like did not miss it. I can't remember what night of the week it was, but you didn't miss it. Like you got together, somebody brought the drink, somebody brought the snack. Like it was ridiculous. We were like over the top. So I watched you on your season, and then of course, watched you transition. I was going through my own transition as well, like growing up as a Catholic, becoming more, confident in my own faith and understanding of what that looks like as a young adult. And so I had watched you speak on all kinds of different conferences and whatnot. I had admired you from afar. And then I'm trying to remember what connected us. I want to say it was actually Jennifer Fulwiler. I think I remember the sequence of events. I was looking for a publicist for my book.
Yes.
And Jennifer was like, oh, hey, Leah Darrow used this person. Why don't you talk to her about it? And I think that's literally where it began. Is my memory correct?
You are. I'm so happy that you remember that, because I have not been able to remember for the past year. My memory's like gone out the window after a few babies. So yes, that was the case. I know going back to what you're saying, like our generation of people getting together and watching a show like America's Next Top Model, that is, I happen to be getting together doing the same thing, but being on it. And I feel slightly morally responsible for any type of downfall that I played in that. So I apologize in advance because it's probably another talk, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily helping us women in general. Although I love the fact that we're getting together, doing something maybe, but maybe watching other women. anyways, we'll just leave that there. Maybe that's not where we should go, or at least in my opinion, in my experience with where I'm at now in my life, that is something I speak to, of the need for community, the need for women, which is why I love this conference. But also, aligning it with our deeper selves of the mission and the call in our lives that is beautiful and good and amazing and joyful. And then just going for it, just being super bold in your life, super bold about who you are, what God has placed on your hearts, and fulfilling it, doing your best each day to make that happen. So anyways, to go back to your original question, I think that's how we got together. I think it was through Jen. So Jen, thanks so much again. She's always like in every like little connection, Jen Fulwiler. I think Jen connected us. And since then, there was just a lot of similarity in our life, obviously. I mean, women striving, we do have similar dreams that overlap in some areas for sure, but there's a lot of differences too. And we are in different places and a variety of different spots, but there's so much more that connects us. And I think that's what I love about when I meet other women, especially in the stage I am now as a mama, meet other mamas in that same spot. And so my heart reaches out into that space and connects in a deeper way. And so connecting with you back, whatever it was, a year or two ago, has been a beautiful addition to my life. And I'm sure anybody who meets, I mean, if you were at the conference last night and then you'll be here for today and then tomorrow, but you know that anything that Lisa kind of does, she just like puts a little spark on it. It just makes you help people feel seen and heard in their distress, but also in their wins. And I think this is the beauty of what we women can contribute. A piece of it can contribute to the world, is rallying together in great support for something greater.
I was sharing how your babies and dreams hashtag elicited responses that were very variant. There were responses like mine that were like, yeah, girl, yeah, babies and dreams. But then there were responses that were like, no, like heck to the no. It's not possible. And I remember I watched it. Like I watched the conversation online. Like some were downright angry. They were like, how dare you say that we can follow our dreams and be moms because it's not possible. Why do you think there is such a divide on this topic? I mean, and maybe there's not. Maybe it's blown over a little bit more. Maybe things have changed a little bit. But what is your observation of that reaction, that it can be very polarizing to believe in babies and dreams?
Right. Okay. So there's a lot of background, I think, that could go into those types of comments. And and for me, God has always allowed me, he's given me a gift of humor, of just looking at life through that lens, I would say. I mean, I think I'm funny, but that doesn't mean anybody else has to. But like, I enjoy life. I enjoy laughing and smiling. So my response is not to discount those comments of saying something disparaging, but I end up just laughing it off, because when you look at what babies and dreams is, and I think you set it up well. I mean, I was in the middle of labor with my 5th baby. I'm pregnant again with my 6th, like a year exactly later. So pandemic life is amazing over here.
Very well.
It's going so well. Like, I don't know what y'all been doing, but I've been doing stuff. Okay, so I'm sorry if yours hasn't been eventful, but I've made full use of my pandemic. So bringing in the babies, I'm going to bring them in. So there, at this time where I am literally in labor with a baby, and I got the Holy Spirit put it on my heart to share this message. And then I think that's what's been interesting to hear at that moment. It's gone down a little bit because I think the haters will always be drowned out by joy and truth. And that is an element that what every single one of us have to remember in your life, no matter what you're going through, regardless if you post something on social or you say something personal in your life to somebody else. If you receive these types of comments in your life that really bring down, that disparage you, that are hateful, that are unkind, that are not based in truth and joy always win out. stay faithful to truth, stay faithful to that joy that Christ has put on your heart. It will win out. And that's kind of what we've seen in the long term of the Babies and Dreams and this movement that has happened because of it. Because how could you sit there and attack, in a sense, you know, a woman giving birth who's saying there are babies do not keep us from our dreams. Dreams do not keep us from our babies. And let me tell you something. I mean, I found this out as I became a mom. I definitely didn't understand it until then, but I believe in my heart that God has put on the vocation, put the vocation on my heart when even I was a little girl to be a mother. That was one of the main calls and the paths He was calling me into my life. And that path would have a lot of things to do. There'd be a lot of ways that I would live it out, but that path was motherhood. And so I followed that vocation, using that term vocation. I followed that vocation of motherhood. And here I am, I'm living it out each day, not perfectly, but I'm making progress. And dreams don't compromise vocation. They help fulfill it. So I'm just going to say it again. Dreams do not compromise your vocation. They help fulfill it. Babies and dreams, my dreams do not compromise my babies. My babies don't compromise my dreams. It is one going together. And when I think about these comments and kind of like why they happened or where they're at or how I can understand it now, there's been such a divide and there's been so many different ways that women in general, not just mothers, but women have been pulled and separated and segregated out in our talents and what the world thinks that we should contribute and how we should contribute it. But we are not just a body. We are not used just to sell a car or a freaking cheeseburger, okay? We are not just a part of our body. I'm not just some boobs and butt walking around in the world and that everyone should look at me. But let me tell you something. There is a group, there is a part of our culture that capitalizes on those things of women. And so when we segregate out these parts of women, not just physical parts, but also a part of us, like we are just corporate, we are just going to go straight for the office in the corner or whatever it might be. We neglect the beauty of the wholeness of the woman. And the beauty of the wholeness of the woman is what changes the world. It is the whole woman that will help change this world. It is the whole man that will help change this world. And that integrated life is what we're called to. And so I think these comments that were like, you can't do one or the other, or you're sacrificing it, or you're putting your entrepreneur dreams over having your babies. And that's just one type of dream, by the way. That's like one small piece of what I do or what you do, Lisa, or many other women. Because I'm not an entrepreneur. I am Leah. I'm all Leah, and I do a lot of stuff. And so when you get me coming into business, you get me with a mom of 5 going on 6 kids. You get me coming in with my experience, my past. You get me with everything I've learned. You get the whole of me. And so I guess to go back is, these comments come from so much that our culture has been spinning to women for decades that has allowed us into even not knowing this idea that our parts, that our life has to be segregated out, that there's just one part that we have to go for. And if you go for that one thing, then you can't do anything else. Or there might be one part of your life that's functional, but the rest is a hot mess, right? So there is a problem there. And I think that when there are women who stand out and stand up and talk about an integrated whole life, a life that is built on wholeness, but also holiness, that is when you're going to get some pushback. Because you know what? Truth irritates us, because truth causes and it wants change. And change is uncomfortable, and we don't like being uncomfortable. You know, one of my favorite pieces of scripture is Matthew 11:12. Matthew 11:12 says, from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has suffered violence, and the violent take it by force. It gives me goosebumps. It makes me want to cry every time I read this verse. And maybe people are like, it didn't hit me. What are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense. Heaven is violent. My God, I was hoping for peace and quiet when I died. And now you're telling me violence is waiting? I'm done fighting. fighting. So let me just really quickly help us understand. If you happen to take that perspective, the kingdom of heaven has suffered violence. That means people on earth here and living out our life and living out the virtues that we are called to, these habits of virtue and living our life for Christ. We are called to do battle. A lot of that battle is that internal battle. It's the interior life that we're striving for, that we're working through as Christ helps us through all those little pieces, the wounds, the hurts, the pains that are still there from our past and from what we'll end up doing probably today that we have to work through with the Lord. Yeah. Those battles is the violence that we do. And the idea that heaven is not just full of couch potatoes. It's not this people being like, I don't know, I didn't do much on earth and I'm here. You know, I mean, you have to fight for the life that you are made for and called for. You have to fight for that. And when you fight for those things, the word fight's in there, the battle's in there, there's going to be opposition. So you're going to handle opposition regardless if it's in the comment section of your life or the comment section on social media. It's going to be there. We should expect it. But again, anchor ourselves in truth and joy, and we will be consistent in the path that Christ has called us to.
I love it. If this is challenging you, please drop a question for Leah. We're going to have time to take questions from the audience. But what I'd love to ask you is where you fight for the habits in your life that allow you to make this possible. So the how is always the question that I get asked. It's the how is what you and I have talked about many times, balancing all the things that we do. The how. So what habits do you fight for that allow you to live out this calling?
Yes. Okay. So these are really important. These are really, really important when you are thinking about what we've talked about, because that interior life, your exterior works will flow from your interior life. So if your house is not in order, you can't go build someone else's house for them. Can't go work on something else. I mean, you can, sure, but good luck, right? Because you'll end up being fine, and then not fine. When I think about this too, I go back to your example that I love that you give is your minivan meltdown. And so everything's fine. And then it's not fine. It was not fine. It was not fine for you, Lisa. And I have had plenty of meltdowns in the middle of photo shoots in New York when I walked out of one and had a major conversion. I've had many other. So the how is important. Okay. So in terms of how, before we go to how, there are steps to get to how. There are steps to get to the how. So these are basic Christian principles of steps of getting to the how to work through your interior life and really have a place where you're constantly present there. I'm body and soul. I'm not just a working body. I'm not just some working mom, like I can do this and I can do this and my body will go this far. Then I need to rest the body. Then I get up at the body and I'll put this food in the body. No, I'm body and soul, and both require attention and a presence about them. So to be present, especially to our soul, I mean, I'm Catholic, coming from a Christian perspective, Christ reigns, he lives within me. And so my body is a temple of the Holy Spirit. And if it's a temple of the Holy Spirit is not just an infrequent visitor, man. He wants to sit down and get comfortable and stay. So that interior life has to have a presence. Do we encounter the Spirit within us? Do we sit and make time for that each and every day? Or are we just attending to the outward works of our life? In order to do that, the first step is self-awareness. Number one, self-awareness. This is sometimes the most challenging and the most difficult because you got to take a big look at the interior life at yourself. Maybe your past, maybe your mistakes, maybe those things that constantly keep you up in the middle of the night, those things that you wish you didn't say, or those things that happened a long time ago that somebody did to you, and it just seems to not go away. Whatever it is, The self-awareness of our life is so important, to be self-aware. And so to have that self-awareness is really the first step. And these steps are fluid. They're going to be constantly going in and out. After self-awareness and being in a place where you see the gaps, you see the voids, you see the wounds, you see the places where, okay, work needs to be done. All right. Okay. So, and it's a beautiful place, because really all Christ is calling us to do is to be self-aware, because he's the one that will do the work. But he can't do the work if you're like, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Like, who wants to be fine, for the record?
I love your "it's fine" voice. I can't even impersonate it. It's so funny the way you say it.
It's so snotty. It's like, it's fine. It's really what I tell God when I'm like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm really just making fun of myself. Like, it's fine. I'm totally fine. It's totally okay. No, but who wants to live a life of fine? Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to live a life of fine. We are called to a life of abundance, not I'm fine. It's just not what we're made to. That's why we get irritated with that comfort level, because even though we're not doing anything, we're not maybe dealing with self-awareness, and we're not going there, we're not living the life we've been made for, right? So again, self-awareness will lead us to metanoia. It's a Greek term. Another way you could use it is conversion, but metanoia is deeper than just like a conversion, and like conversion, not necessarily in the spiritual sense, but when you convert anything, you just change from one thing to the other. But metanoia is a full turning around. It's a full new discovery of self with Christ and a new life he's called you to. So it's looking at everything and doing a full about face with the Lord. Metanoia. And so self-awareness will always lead to healing, and it will lead to redemption. And so that's where we want it, because God does not want you just to know your sins and leave you there. He wants to heal you and redeem you. He wants to heal and redeem all of you, ladies, not just a part of you. Christ did not die for just one aspect of your life. He did not die for one sin of your life. He died for past, present, and future. He wants to redeem every aspect of who you are today, everything that happened in the past, and he wants to live in you in the future. This is the call. It is a demanding call that Christ calls us to, but the interior life is just that. And it is abundant and it is good, but he wants it all. Christ wants everything. And so when we have when we go through self-awareness and we go through that metanoia, which again, these are fluid steps that are constantly going back through, it ends up into this third and last step, which is mission. Mission is when you are like, okay, I took a look at myself. God did some work. He's still doing the work. The healing, it continues, but now I'm on mission. Now my heart's on fire because I am centered in truth. I am centered in the joy of Christ. I am centered in the light of Christ. Christ is the light, and I want to shine that in all aspects of my life. I want to live the abundant life. I want to live whole, and I want to practice holiness. Like, this is that place where we continue to go back. And like, once you're in that place of mission too, again, I keep saying it, and I know I'm annoying, but it's important to remember, this is not some type of like entrepreneurial funnel. You can't like funnel your way to holiness. Like, well, I created this right step in business, and I do one step and then this step, and then I'm going to be fine. It's not how it's going to work. So it's a continual cycle of work on ourselves, because we're complicated people. We are. And there's a lot of things that go on, and then they happen to us, and you're like, oh, wait, I thought I dealt with that. And I didn't. I just said I was fine. I'm fine. So Christ is he is patient with you to go through this process 1 trillion times over. And this is the battle. This is the battle. This is the fight that we continue to be in. It's not an exhausting one. It is one where Christ gives beautiful moments of respite and joy and ascending moments on that mountaintop, in a sense, where we have peace, and we know our mission, and we know who we are. And then Christ says, okay, now let's work on this small thing. And then you go back, okay, I know the steps: awareness, metanoia, mission. And so I think if we start there in the how-to of that, that allows us, Christ will work in us individually. He's made each and every person unique and unrepeatable. Your life, my friends, is unique and unrepeatable, and your contribution to the world will be just that. It will be unique and it will be unrepeatable, and no one else can take your spot. Your spot is for you. The world needs you and all that you can offer. And so if you don't do it, yes, it's a detriment to the world, because no one's going to pick up the slack that was made for you.
I love it. I love it so much. So you and I recently spent some time here in my hometown, or in my home in Southwest Florida. And we were talking about all these things. We were talking about funnels, both in business and how you can't use a funnel for your interior life, which is something I deeply challenge. When I meet my maker, I'm going to be like, why can't that just be as simple as a funnel? That's what I'm going to ask him. Oh my word, Leah Darrow. But anyway, I was going somewhere with this. Oh, we had the conversation of, and I'd love for you to share your insights on reverse engineering your evening, or reverse engineering anything as a habit for you to accomplish that, that goal. Again, right before you got on here, I talked about how the difference between a dream, a goal, becoming a reality is simply action. It might be 5 actions, it might be 500 actions, but it requires some strategy. It requires some engineering. It requires some literally just using the brains that we have to look at the pieces that will be required to get that thing done. So I'd love for you to share an example in your life where you employ that reverse engineering, and maybe give an example of what that actually looks like for you in a very practical sense.
Yep, absolutely. So for me, I have to center my day in prayer. Like, first thing, if I don't pray, or if I don't pray and exercise in the morning, it won't happen for me at my stage in my life. And keep in mind, a key word when you're talking about any type of routine, and I would say for any woman, and this will intensify in motherhood, is recalibration. Recalibrate. Work with what you got when it works, and then when it doesn't work, recalibrate, and then do something else. So right now I'm currently pregnant, so this will work until I have that baby. This process I'm going to share with you now. When I have the baby, I'm going to have to recalibrate. Even though I've done this 5 other times before, I'm still not quite sure how my body is going to hormonally and mentally respond to, a new life, a new whole person coming in who's going to need stuff from me. So give yourself some grace. But here we go. So I love the idea of reverse engineering. This is just, it's an old concept that lots of people have used way before me, but I personally just love it. It's just something that I really use in almost everything that I do. And if I don't do it, I end up missing steps. So reverse engineering is just simply taking what you want to do. I want to pray in the morning and I want to exercise in the morning. So what do I need to do to make that happen? Okay, what time do I need to wake up in the morning? Great. But here's the kicker, and this is what I learned quickly into motherhood, is that my best tomorrow starts today. My best tomorrow starts today. So if I want an amazing tomorrow, I need to plan today and get on it. In fact, I might have to plan a couple days out just to make sure that day that I want to start with the routine gets going. So that means if I have to wake up at a certain time, what time do I need to go to bed? And what time do I really want to actually be asleep? Okay, so what time before then do I need to do all the things? And what are those things? And so I think sometimes when we group our life in these massive chunks of, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to do some work, and I'm going to go to bed, that's not going to get you anywhere. But if you're going to say, okay, I'm going to wake up at 5 a.m., I'm going to go downstairs, I'm going to have my cup of coffee, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to do my prayers right then and there. When I have my prayers done, I have a certain amount of time from 5 until 5:30. Then at 5:30, I am getting up. And because before then I already woke up and put on my exercise clothes, so I was going to pray in that. I'm going to go back up, I'm going to get on the bike, and then I'm going to do that. See, so it's just reverse engineering it. For me, it goes all the way back to the day before. So I make sure that I have dinner on the table. For me, what works with my family at 5 p.m. sharp. My kids eat at 5 p.m. That means I can wrap up, clean up everything in the kitchen by about 6 or so. I throw those amazing, wonderful, dirty little kids in the bath. They're in the bath. Then they're out of the bath by about 6:30, 6:45, and then we're wrapping up with pajamas, and then we do bedtime, and then we do books, and then we do bedtime. By that point, I have the kids in bed by 7:45, sometimes at the latest 8. And so I reverse engineer this thing. I mean, not to give you all my details, but I reverse engineer my evening and my day before so that I can't wake up at 5. And from 5 to 5:30, I'm praying. And from 5:30 to 6, I'm on the bike. And then at 6, when I'm done with that, then I begin my next chunk of time with work. And then by 7 a.m., my kids are definitely up and I am present to them. I'm not doing those other things. And I'm not thinking about those other things that I wish I would have done and that I know that I need, especially the exercise and the prayer piece. Just of how it helps with me personally with my mental health. I really need to make sure that I do that to keep on top of that, especially with all the hormones flying up and down constantly for the past decade of my life. God love my husband. Let me tell you something. If you're a praying type, just pray for Ricky, because that man has dealt with the most hormonal woman for a decade.
Oh, pray for Josh too. Pray for Josh too.
Pray for the men.
What I want to point out in your beautiful response there is having dinner early. You know, it's an interesting thing. Sometimes we can get into past habits, right? Where, I don't know, maybe your family of origin always ate at a certain time, or anything in life. You always did something a certain way. And what I think is just so important to highlight there is that you can be very free to turn whatever habit or whatever system that maybe was your norm completely on its head. When I lived in Toronto, my kids would roll in the door from school about like 3:30 or 4 o'clock. And I used to serve like goldfish crackers, apple slice, like this whole like buffet of snacks. And then 2 hours later at 6 o'clock, we'd sit down and they'd all be like, no, I'm not hungry. And I'd be like, what? I just prepared this like amazing meal. And then I was like, oh yeah, you're not hungry because I just shoved you full of goldfish crackers. So then I reversed it. I did dinner literally when they walked in the door. So there was a hot meal prepared, like the rice, the vegetables, the meat. It was a beautiful hot meal. That's what they ate as their afternoon snack. It allowed us then to have the kitchen cleaned up, usually by about 5 o'clock. And then if they were hungry before going to bed, it was a very simple snack that was like easy again to clean up. Like it wasn't multiple dishes. Dishes is an interesting thing. And again, just to bring it back to practicality, I can't remember who in my life told me this, but I think it was a mom that I coached. Either she did it or her friend did it. They had a high school kid on text who wanted like, $5 every night to come over and do their dishes. Or whatever it was, maybe it was $10. But like the mom would literally be like, hey, we're done dinner. She would sit and hang out with her children while this high school kid came over to their home, did the dishes, put them away, and then said sayonara. And that was just what they did. It was like this great, very fluid, very achievable routine that allowed her to end the evening with a clean kitchen and be able to spend present time with her kids. And that's what I think is so important. And we need to talk about these practical things. I think before we go to Q&A, I'd just love to hear your thoughts on this whole thing of community. Okay. So there was America's Next Top Model. Again, remember, I'm hold on. I got to do it every time. I'm 37 today. So I grew up, you know what I mean? Like I was in that college stage where America's Next Top Model was a big thing. Do you remember what night it was? Was it
Thursday or Wednesday? I thought it was Wednesdays.
But then The Bachelor, that was Monday, I want to say. Was that Monday?
Was The Bachelor after me though, I think.
Oh, okay. So
well, after I think Top Model came on. It was a reality show before The Bachelor. It started before The Bachelor.
So like it was a thing, like it was planned. It was like, who's bringing what, whose house. It was, so I love this idea of community and these practical things we're talking about. So like these strategies, like why don't you have your dinner earlier so that all the dishes are done? Why don't you have somebody else come over and do your dishes for you if you can do that? These conversations or these concepts come up because of conversation. They come up because of interaction with other moms. If we live in these silos where we think I have to have dinner at a certain time It must take me an hour and a half to prepare. It must look a certain way. And if it's not, I'm failing. That's a problem because it doesn't have to be so hard. I believe in struggle and suffering and what that teaches us 100%. But everybody hear me loud and clear. Unless you're making like ratatouille or like, I don't know, what's that thing that Julia Child always made? Like that
Chicken cordon bleu.
Beef bourguignon. If you're making beef bourguignon, okay, maybe that's taking you like 5 hours. But dinner can be an efficient process, but you won't learn these skills of making dinner efficiently if you don't like talk to other moms or observe from other moms. We lived in a period in our history where moms were a lot more communal. They did the washing together. They did the dishes together. I'll never forget how I was impacted by visiting the New York Tenement Museum, where you were able to tour these apartments that were literally like frozen in time from the 1800s, where how closely this one community that they did the tour of was a very Jewish community. So where this Jewish community so closely, like the apartments were close together.
Right.
Kids just kind of ran in and out of everybody's homes. The moms would be downstairs in this area that was not very big, like doing all the washing, la, la, la. Anyway, my point is, how do we create, just briefly, because I want to get to Q&A, but what are other ways that we can, beyond The Bachelor, which is still a franchise, it's amazing, but beyond The Bachelor, where we can intentionally offer ourselves to other moms and receive from other moms, like in your life personally, Leah Darrow? Like where do you find that happening?
Well, in my life, I find that currently in the Lux app that I created about a year ago. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Over the past couple of years, it's been developed. And it's called Lux Catholic. It is a community. It's more than an app, but it is an app for women to connect with in a very, very different type of way. It's Catholic social media, Christian social media, but not used in the same way that we're used to, where typically social media, it can sometimes be a place for people to vent and rant and attack. And that's just not it. We are more centered on coming together and asking for prayers from women and to pray together. So we have live prayer every day that we do. That's something that I personally do, that I'm involved in. Not that I just founded it, but I engage with my community. I engage with those women every single day through either prayer or going in the community section and just responding and talking to these ladies from all over the world who are just like, hey, this is what's going on. My son's doing this right now. Could you just please pray about this? And we do have rules inside our community, which is about not really giving advice, but sharing life. And I think that is a part of any community that you are in. There's always a tendency, and I know it's normal and human, but it's like, oh, I can fix that. I can fix that. Let me just tell you this. But instead of that approach, sharing your life, relating to another person, another mom, another woman, and then just sharing, is there something in your life that you've done that maybe that could help? Like you were just mentioning about cooking and kitchen and those types of practicalities. I remember hearing this from another woman long time ago about how she made her dinner right after she finished morning prayer.
Yeah.
And so she would put together a casserole, she would bake it, she'd put it on the stove, put some foil over it, and she'd be heating it back up for dinner. And it was like, for me, mind blowing, like, and I was struggling at this point about dinner. And so to hear her share her life versus I can fix your problem for you. I think the way that we approach community is so important, of being vulnerable, of making sure that it's not like we have to go around declaring we're a hot mess all the time, but also not pretending we always have it together and sharing our true lives and not the life that we wish it looked like.
100%. I'd love to pivot to some questions. So if we can pull up those questions, let's see what our audience has for Leah Darrow this morning. All right. So Stephanie says, I'm so excited, Leah. How have you managed to build your Lux community, of which I am a part? And if I can encourage you, Leah, to just share, like, you have 5, almost 6 very small children.
I do. My oldest is 7.
Like, they're very small. Like, they're not like, that's like very small. So I'd love to hear your response in that context.
slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady. I'm able to do what I can do with the Lord. I do it the very best that I can do in that short time I have the time for, or with the mission he's given me at that particular moment. And I do my very best, but I just slow and steady. I have big dreams, and I do get frustrated that sometimes things aren't moving fast enough and they aren't big enough, or I don't have the growth yet. But it doesn't matter. Slow and steady. And so just like my habits of virtue that I practice each day, that I definitely falter at times, slow and steady. I'm not going to give up on generosity because I just sucked one day, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm going to make it right, make my apology, whatever I need to do, and I'm going to go back to it. So when it comes to the Lux community, of how that came to be, it was for me, it was a part of my mission that God gave me, and connecting my life and my heart and my soul back to the Lord, and him of just saying, the Lord, fulfill all of your dreams in me. Every, sometimes we have these ideas, not every dream or thought necessarily, is what we should do. So filtering it through Christ, filtering my dreams through God and saying, Lord, what here is what you put on my heart? And then figuring that out and then making the path. And so when that happens, those of how you execute those dreams and that mission with the Lord will happen slow and steady. It's just one thing at a time. And you reach out, and I ask a lot of questions. And I think one of the things that really helped Ricky and I kind of do this work together, that he has definitely helped me in this process do, is that when I don't do it alone, I have a lot of people that help out, and that I reach out and I ask questions. And I am very quick to say, I don't know how to do this. I'm not an expert here. I know my gifts and talents, and I'm very good in these areas, but I'm not in these. Could you help me? And I think being open to help and being vulnerable in our, in our self-awareness helps us see how other people can help fulfill those missions and dreams. Yeah. So I think that was a really big thing, is just being open, slow and steady, and doing a little bit with the time that God gave me every day.
Yeah, I love it. Let's pull up another one. Can I ask a very human question from Juliana? Hi, Juliana. How do you develop your style and execute it? I've hired a makeup artist to teach me, but I look like a toddler who got into makeup. So this is a great question, because Leah, Darrow, you have got some great style. I say all the time, can you please just be my neighbor here so we can share closets? Because I just feel like we can take over the world if we could share closets. So
it's so fun. I love so many things about fashion. And here's the thing. I think one of the big hiccups with fashion and finding style with people is that oftentimes we think you can only choose one and you got to stick to it. And it's just not true. I like to live as bold as my earrings, which are just like big and crazy. And sometimes people say I would never wear that unless I was wearing like a ballroom gown. And I'm like, I'm going to put it on with some jeans and some Adidas tennis shoes, and I'm going to rock it, because it brings me to life a bit, and I enjoy that. Another key piece to this question that I know we don't have time for, but I will just add in a little bit. Beauty is not the enemy. Beauty is not the enemy. Okay. God is the author of beauty. And so again, filtering it through that correct spot and place. But so when it comes to style and how to execute that, I think you have to look at parts of like what makes you feel the most comfortable, and also at the same time, the most you. Like, is there a piece of that? And so that could be multiple different types of outfits for all the different seasons and all the different events that you are a part of, that you go to. So keeping comfort and keeping, a full expression of yourself is important. So sometimes, I would love to go into this more, but I think at that point, and then also with makeup, I will say simple is always better. Yeah. Simple is always better. I know there are so many trends about contouring and liquid eyeliner and going up with your eyes. Like, just calm down. Just calm down, y'all. It's fine. If you want to do that, that's great. There's nothing wrong. Okay. But let's just calm down a second. Simplicity is always better. So clean face, bright eyes. I mean, if anything, just put on lipstick, moisturizer, and some earrings, and you will be set. That will change your whole look, those 3 things.
I think we have time for one more, if you'll permit me, Leah.
Yeah.
Okay. What advice would you give to new moms? My brother's wife is expecting his first child in July.
Oh gosh, I have so many thoughts right now because I feel like there's so many different things you could say, but I'll say 2 things. 1, put the books down. All right. You can't read yourself through motherhood. You have to live through motherhood. That baby is your baby. Whether it grew inside you or you adopted that baby, that is your baby. And your gut and your heart and your prayers will guide you, along with surround yourself with a few women that you really respect and you admire even their mothering and their style in that. Listen to how other mothers speak to their kids. And maybe there's somebody in your life where you're like, yeah, and then ask them questions. One of the best pieces of advice was given to me is don't buy the books. Gather a small group of women that you trust and that you can confide in and ask them about some of those things that you're going to have questions about. And also, you're going to just do it. You're going to figure it out like everything else in this great, amazing world. So I think that keeping yourself surrounded by people that you can confide in and trust is important. And then making sure that you listen to yourself and give yourself grace. Oh my gosh, give yourself grace as a new mom. And I wish I would have done that more so many times over. I was so quick to get back to where I was before the baby. And I realized, Leah, you're better now because of the baby. You're better now after the baby. You can't go back to old Leah. You are coming out of a cocoon as well. You are a new creature with this new baby in your life. And you need to embrace the new level that Christ is calling you to. So that's what I would say.
Leah, Darrow, you are such a gift. I hope that 2021 brings you and I in person much more. I'm like saving the plot behind my house. They already started building on it for someone else, but in my head, I'm like, no, that's where Leah Darrow's gonna live. No.
I hope so one day. I would love to be there.
You never know. Leah Darrow, thank you so, so much.
Thank you.
Oh, babies and dreams, you guys. Babies and dreams. So the question I would love to have us ponder in this conversation about, slow and steady and taking action, reverse engineering and all the things. What is one habit that you would love to improve in your life right now? What is one habit you would love to improve upon right now? And I would love to just chat a little bit about that, because here's the thing that I talk about often. So there's several of my coaching clients here. Juliana, hi. Stephanie, hi. I know there's others here. And as a coach, what I'm always trying to do in a very practical way is close the gap between thinking and action. I'm going to say that one more time for the people in the back. My job as a coach is to help people close the gap between thinking and action. And that is what I want to talk about right now. Because again, an idea is just an idea until we give it some flesh, until we give it some movement, until it goes from being something in our head to something actually in the real world. And that is action. But what action requires is habit. It requires the ability to have the habit and the skill of choosing that task or that pursuit over others. It requires the habit of putting the gosh darn phone down. It requires the habit of having a healthy relationship with our thoughts. It requires the habit of healthy relationship with things like food and sleep
and what we put into our bodies and how we treat our bodies with exercise, all these things. And I know it can be so overwhelming. I would hear these like, up level your life. Like we can all up level. And I'd be like, yeah. And then I'd be like, okay, I'm not doing anything. I'd go to a conference. I can't tell you how many times I would go to a conference, like secular or Catholic, like any conference. And I'd be like, yes, this is the time. This is the time I'm going to finally do it. And I would take the workbook. I'd be like on the airplane being like, this is the time I'm finally going to pray every day. Or this is the time I'm finally going to build the business of my dreams. I'd get home, put the workbook on a shelf. And where do you think that workbook would remain? On the shelf. We got to get those workbooks off the shelf. We've got to close the gap between thinking and action. And I want to teach you a framework that really helps me to close the gap between actions and thoughts. But before we do that, I want to look at your responses. What habits are you looking to improve upon right now? All right. So Kathleen Jacobs, one of my beautiful Women's School Mastermind members. I want to break the habit of wallowing in my failure. I want to be quicker to recalibrate and move forward. And I have watched you already do that. That is an amazing, amazing habit. Let's go to the next one. Keeping calm through the daily storms, not being reactive. Amen, Stephanie. Maria here says going to bed earlier and making my prioritized to-do list the night before. I'm going to help you with that in a little bit, Maria. Megan is saying I need to get up earlier. And guys, I cannot tell you the limiting beliefs that I had around waking up early until my personal trainer literally like forced me to be at her home at a certain time. And that's what's so interesting. Like I would go like on live TV when I lived in Toronto, and I would be completely awake and on time to make it for live TV at like 5 a.m. But then when I set an appointment for myself for 5 a.m., so much harder. But my limiting beliefs in that have changed dramatically. Cora says, practicing my art, hoping to move to a place I can have an artist studio. I love it. Brooke says, making the switch from work mode to mom mode more intentionally. Shauna says, I need to stop vegging out when I get home from work. No more procrastination. I love this so much. And then Steph, I love this one, Steph. Letting go of being a perfectionist. Well, my friends, this is a great place to begin. All right. So how do we close this gap between thoughts and actions? It's something that is something we teach in the Women's School. So again, as I've shared, I'm a strategist in the Women's School. January Donovan, who we had on last night, is the founder of the Women's School. And there is a framework that she takes us through, which is the 5-step goal process. And I'd love to invite us to just pull that up on screen, because I want to just walk you through what it is. And so the first step in coming up with a goal is kind of just asking yourself the question, like, what do I really want? And I think sometimes it's actually an easier place to say, what do I not want? I think sometimes when we ask that question, what do I want? It's like, I've heard James Wedmore describe it. It's like the sun is hiding behind a cloud, right? And you can't really maybe see the cloud, like see the sun rather. It's hiding, it's there, but it's kind of hiding. It's obscured, it's obstructed. But then when you ask the question, what do I not want? That becomes a lot, easier. And feel free in the chat, like if you want to just think about that right now, what do you want versus what do you not want? What do you want less of in your life right now? And so this discussion, the first step in just figuring out what we're supposed to do is this question of wants and not wants. The second thing is then to decide, like, okay, so the example I'm going to share in just a minute is about my home and being organized. So I'm going to decide I want to be less overwhelmed with clutter. I want to be less overwhelmed with laundry not getting put away. If you watch my Instagram stories from yesterday, you know that the room I'm sitting currently look very different. So we have to decide, okay, I want to not have that issue with laundry. I would like to have an organized laundry room. I would love to have organized closets for all my kids. So then we're imagining what that looks like. What does that look like in practice? Also, what does that look like visually? We talked a lot about imagination yesterday and vision boarding as part of the VIP experience. I take you through my vision board workshop. What does that look like? Then we make we make that more concise. So I would like a laundry room where the counters are clear consistently. I would like to develop a repeatable strategy for laundry. We just get really clear on the language and exactly what we are aiming for here in this goal. And then finally, we take some action. So let's move forward and figure out, like, actually do it. Do the task of, okay, the steps made necessary for me to have a laundry room that is clear, like clear counters, not just overwhelming Mount Rushmore sized piles of laundry, either dirty or not. If you follow me on Instagram at Lisa Canning, you know my struggle with laundry. Oh my word. So that is where we are at. This is the goal process. And if you come back to me, I just want to share why this is so important, because it is these actions, it is the clarity, it is this 5-step goal process, it is what I'm going to share with you next. This is how you take action. This is how you close the gap. It's in the identification of the small steps. So let's take Leah's example. And we can come back to me, you guys. It's okay. Let's take Leah's example of dinner, because she wants to wake up early to pray and to exercise. So I think she said 5, but she puts on her exercise clothes. She prays from 5 to 5:30, and then she's on her bike from 5:30 to 6. P.S. She is very pregnant. Like, I think she's due in like a month, I want to say. Very pregnant with her 6th child. If she can do that, we can all do that. So she knows that if that is the case, that she has to get to bed by, like, let's say 10 p.m. If she wants to be able to get to bed by 10 p.m. and not be doing dishes until, right before she's stumbling into bed, if she wants to have a little bit of time to, like, relax, talk to her husband, read a book, or take a bath, whatever, she has to back that train up in terms of reverse engineering. This is what that backing the train, that very specific list of activities. So if you can imagine an evening, okay, so let's again use Leah Darrow's example. If she wants dinner on by 5, that means that at least by, I don't know, like, depending on what she's cooking, at least by 4, she has to be at least thinking about it. Or perhaps she has even taken one step further and she already has a plan, like she has like a menu plan, right? So let's just say that night it's tacos. So tacos might not take a full hour to create, but maybe she's like, has everything set up by 4 o'clock. She's browning the meat. She's, putting it on plates, what have you. That whole process could maybe be a 30-minute experience to make tacos from, like, beginning to end, right? So then she serves it at 5. She might be chatting with her family. It's thinking through all of those steps. Okay, so now we're done chatting. Who is wiping the table down? Who is putting the dishes into the dishwasher? Who is then facilitating getting the adorable little grubby kids into the bath? Like, all of those steps. I think too often what I see in the women that I coach and in myself sometimes is that we kind of just approach a task as a concept, not realizing how many extremely detailed steps need to be taken within that very large task. And so if we can break down as much as possible the process in which it takes to get this goal accomplished, we are going to have more clarity. That clarity then is going to help us to take more action. And then we can move forward and have this goal become actualized instead of just an idea in our head. So what I've done, because I don't have the capabilities within this platform to share my screen and talk in real time, what I did was actually I'm sharing with you a recording of what we call in the Women's School a 145 DGA, where I'm taking you through 145. It's 1 dream, 4 goals, and then 5 individual sets of actions for each goal. And the process that you're going to watch is, if my memory serves, I'm pretty sure the example that I give here is in my own hot mess of a laundry room, and just getting a little bit more clarity on how I'm going to move forward with organization in my home And so let's cue that up, and I'll see you on the other side.
I have a home that is a reflection of my internal peace. I have a home that is beautifully designed, clutter-free, and a space where friends and family can feel free to be themselves. I practice radical hospitality. When mess occurs, it is not hard to clean up because we have systems and behaviors in place. I'm going to just write in all caps, my home is a place of great peace. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this was, I wrote it in the present tense because what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to read this to myself every single day to help my brain rewire that this is like the desire. Like this is like what we're after, that we already have it almost. Because then the brain, your reticular activator, will begin to look for that. It will begin to look for more of that. So instead of me saying things like, ugh, my house is always cluttered, or ugh, my house is always going to be covered with crayon, I'm going to give it more of my home is a place of great peace. Even just saying it like that is like, my home is a place of great peace. Okay, so this is where I come alive, the strategy. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this statement and I'm going to break it into 4 goals. And so because I've been thinking about this for a very long time, I'm going to just, I can do this pretty quickly. So I'm going to, my first goal is, so I'm going to finish designing my home in the Lisa Canning Interiors, my old interior design company, style. So like just all that means is finish it. And including so for me, this is going to help me in my desire to have a home that is beautifully designed. And then this whole notion of radical hospitality. I would like my pool, like I'd like my inside, my outside to basically be the destination for where my friends want to come. So this is a big goal for me. And I'm going to actually give myself a deadline of December 2021. So I would like by this time next year, I would like to be, God willing, with coronavirus, but God willing, like friends, family, my parents, like I want my house next year at Christmas to be like nonstop, like party. Okay, so that's the goal. The next one is or regular practice of clutter-free living. And I'm going to give myself a goal of that by February 28th, 2021. So I'm going to give myself like January and February to figure out this aspect. Okay. My children understand the behavior associated with contributing to peace in the home via cleanliness. And then my final goal is to like develop an efficient, stress-free, LOL, laundry routine. Now, this might sound funny to you, but to me, this is like, oh my word, with as many children as I have. So now we're going to look at the actions necessary to make that goal possible. And again, you can do this for any arena. So what are the actions necessary in order for this to happen? So number 1, I need some money. We're going to $200,000 in the bank is, I think, an adequate amount for my pool and for my structural things and all the things I need to do. So then I feel like another action obviously is to hire a contractor and pool company by getting, well, okay. Anyway, obviously I'm not going to break that. I could break that down further, but I'm just going to say hire a contractor and pool company. I could honestly break that down further by saying like, get recommendations, blah, blah, blah. But I think, I live in a really remote town. There's only so many people who build pools here. So I think it's going to be okay. The next thing I'm going to do is like design all areas on paper. This is another challenge. I sometimes just sort of design on my head and then I'm like expecting other people to understand. And it's obviously a little bit more helpful if I can put it on paper and express it. So then regular practice of clutter-free living. If anyone has any recommendations for me, please let me know. So I'm going to say I'm going to have to like get a course. So I'm going to have to like research a course and make a decision and purchase, implement course, buy materials needed. I feel like I'm going to need some accountability to live clutter free. I feel like I'm also going to have to like cast vision for what clutter free living looks like? Question mark? I don't know. I have no idea, guys. This is how dreams become reality, by taking action.
So what y'all think about that? Okay, what y'all think? Let me just pick. Oh my gosh, I got up and I went to the bathroom and then I didn't look at my hair. What y'all think about that? So that is the process. I mean, on a micro level, when I work with clients, groups, in a group or one-on-one, it's a very micro level version of what it looks like to take a dream, expand that into 4 goals, and then come up with a specific list of actions. And again, some goals might have like 100 actions. But my point is that you're identifying, like there might be like sub actions within the action that you're putting there. But the point here is that you are identifying what you need to do next. And this is what takes away the paralysis. This is what takes away the, I don't know what to do. Well, you do know what to do because you made a list about it. You might not know exactly who, you might not know exactly how, but you have a sense of what your next step is. And I think it's just, I hope you can see that this can be simple. And if, my tech team, I don't know if we can just pivot to some Q&A or some, if anybody wants to just, if you want to put in the chat some Q&A, I don't know if we can pivot to it, but does anybody have questions on this topic? Like, for example, why don't you, if you have a challenge, go ahead and put it into the chat and I can just very quickly share with you what my version of your 145 DGA would be. So if you've got a challenge in your life that is a big one, go ahead and just put it in the chat. And I will kind of, if I was your strategist, if I was someone sitting with you, if you were to hire me for one-on-one coaching, I will just very briefly share with you the series of steps. So who might be up for the challenge of being coached in a mini way via the chat box? Give me an example of a problem. And if anybody can help me solve my problem, somebody send help. Oh, I don't know. I feel I'm going to remain curious. I will always remain curious, but I feel like I need a laundry cavalry. There's just so much laundry. And then I'm like, okay, do you just decrease the amount of laundry? Does that make it more efficient, like less overwhelming? So then I'm like, okay, well then how do you decrease your wardrobe? We already kind of did that, moving from Toronto, a very cold climate, to Southwest Florida. So I thought that I kind of already had that covered, but maybe I don't. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I need to capsule collection all of my kids so that they only have 5 items. I don't know. Somebody send the laundry cavalry to the Canning residence in Southwest Florida. Anyways, okay, does somebody want to give me a problem, like a problem that they have? Feel free to just put it in the chat and I will just very quickly do a 145 DGA example. Okay. So let's go. Oh my gosh, Cora, moving from Toronto to Newfoundland. Okay. Let me just read Maria's. How do you do this to dream/action plans with your husband or get your kids on board? That's a great question. In the VIP pass, everybody, when you upgrade to VIP by clicking on the button right below this video, my husband and I do a full training on this topic. Like, how do you dream together? But very briefly, it requires a lot of imagination. Like, it requires the ability for both of you to imagine. It requires the ability to have really great communication skills. It requires the ability to not allow your ego to get in the way of like hearing your partner's response. And I get asked this question a lot, like, what if my husband doesn't support my dreams? Actually, there is a podcast I did, and I'm going to get my husband to put it in the chat at some point, with Pat Flynn. Pat Flynn is an entrepreneur who teaches people how to make money online in a passive way. And it was such an honor to be on his podcast. And he asked me this question, like, what do you do if your partner won't support you? And honestly, I hate to say it like this, but you do it anyway, not in a way that disrespects them, not in a way that doesn't honor them. But I do think sometimes it's hard for people to imagine. My husband and I were fairly united in our move to Florida, but I think I was the more reticent one. And then there were times when he was more reticent. I think it was also, actually, here, I'll give you a really prime example. My husband now works with me in my business. That was not always the case. There was a time when he worked for other organizations, obviously, and we were separate in what we did. We would sometimes collaborate, but now we are much more collaborative. And that was always my dream. My dream was, I mean, this is longer than we have time for today, but that was always my dream, to allow him to pursue. We were both Catholic. We both care about the church a great deal. And so it was always my dream for my business to make enough money so that then he could be freed up to do work in evangelization without any concern about money. And we are actively working towards pursuing that dream. And so one of the steps in that was, him not having to work for someone else. That was always a bit of a dream for us. And I think it took both of us a long time to be like, wow, could this really happen? I think we both had tensions in that area. I think we sometimes, continue to have tensions in that area now that we work together. But I think it takes just a lot of, so if I can boil it down to the essentials, it takes humility. It takes the ability to communicate well with your spouse, and it takes patience. And when I say you do it anyways, what I mean by that is you dream in the pockets where it's possible. So, let's use working together in a business. I just continued, there were various points in our life where our belief in our ability to work together almost flip-flop. Sometimes he would have more belief, and I would be like, no, that's never going to happen. My company's never going to make enough money to be able to support both of us and our entire family of 8 kids, on and on. I just had everything. And then sometimes he would be like that. And so I share that, even when your partner might not support you or might not seem to support you, in whatever pockets it is possible, you can do your thing and just continue to let it flourish. And it kind of what the theme has been this whole weekend. Again, whether you share my Catholic worldview or not, I know many of you watching are Catholic, but I'm sure some of you are not. That dream is put in you divinely, from a power way more omnipotent and just more powerful than we can even imagine. And it's not going to go away. At least that has been my personal experience. Anytime I have run from a dream, God has just been like, knock, knock, knock. Here, knock, knock, knock. Here I come again. I'm going to be relentless. And so I think that's really important. Okay, so let's tackle the challenge of moving to, I'm so sorry, Cora, I'm going to do yours, but they keep highlighting the pink ones. I have to, here we go. So Annie says, okay, here we go, Cora, thank you. Moving from Toronto to Newfoundland. How do you do it? Okay, so here's how I would break down the 145 DGA. So right at the top, the dream, I would write a statement that is so clear why you want to move to Newfoundland. I want my family to live in Newfoundland in order to be close to nature, close to, I think you have family, Cora, right? I think you have family on the East Coast, close to my family, with the ability to have an artist studio in my home. And maybe there's even something financial you can tie in there where it's financially possible for me to live like maybe debt-free, right? Because the cost of living on the East Coast of Canada is significantly different than living in the Greater Toronto area. So then that's your dream. The 4 goals might be meet with a mortgage specialist, somebody to look at your finances. The actions under that would be things like make an appointment, literally, get your financial documents in order, like pull your, other people can pull your credit score, but if you already have it, just get things in order. It might be applying for the mortgage. And then it might be having clarity on what you can afford. Your next goal would be something like hire or find a real estate agent in Newfoundland. And so that looks like Googling, asking friends, having interviews with people, making a decision on a realtor, and then having a conversation of the direction you want to go with looking for a home. Your third goal in this conversation might be going to Newfoundland. Like, I don't know if this is, you're like dead set, like it sounds like you are, but maybe you're not yet. So maybe it's going to Newfoundland, exploring like a community you'd really want to live in, looking at the school. So the goal would be go to Newfoundland for a investigation trip. The actions under that one would be things like find a church, maybe find a school, find a neighborhood, find a home that, would be conducive to this artist studio. And then I don't know if this is something that you're worried about, but maybe there's something in there. The 4th goal could be something like, how will I make money in Newfoundland? So then it's like, okay, am I expanding my art as a business? Am I doing work online? Am I continuing a business that I currently have in Toronto? And just continuing life as per normal, or am I starting a new venture? So I hope that's helpful. Okay, let's go to another example. This is really fun. And let me just make sure I'm glancing at my calendar here, at my schedule here, to make sure that we're all good in the hood. I think we're okay. All right. So, okay. I would like to create a website that houses all Catholic related resources. Okay. This is really fun. Okay. I would write your dream. Like, why do you want to create this? Why do you want to create this? Why do you care about putting Catholic resources on a website? So the dream would be, I have a dream of creating a beautiful website that Catholics can enjoy and to improve in their understanding of scripture, church teaching, and their relationship with Jesus. Like, and I would make it so visceral. Like, why is it important to you that you create this website? Is it that you're trying to save a mom time? Is it for moms? Or is it that you really want people to have a greater sense of empowerment or clarity or understanding about a certain topic? So that's like what I would put at the top. Get really clear on that dream. And then your 4 goals might be, who is my target audience? P.S. This is something that I do in my 5-day personal branding boot camp, or challenge rather, that is included when you do the upgrade for VIP. So you really might like enjoy getting this, because this is worth it, like on its own. So who's your target audience? What kind of a Catholic are you trying to target? Is it a mom? Is it a, whatever? And then the actions under that would be, maybe you're asking people like what their problems are, or what is missing in the market. Maybe you're examining your own, who is the kind of person that you really want to help. Maybe it's a problem you have in yourself internally. And so those would be some of the things I would put in that actions column. The second thing I would do is, what is the problem you solve? So first is, who's your audience? Second thing is, what's the problem that you solve? So that's the second goal I gain you clarity on. The problem that you solve might be, I don't know, like, so you just need to get clarity on what that problem is. Is this more catechesis? Is it more evangelization? Is it more like just resources? Is it for parents? Your third goal might be something like, how will I actually do this? So actions might be hiring a web developer, hiring a graphic designer, coming up with a name, all of those details. And then your 4th goal might be something like, and what is the end goal of this? Like, am I trying to provide a free resource where people can donate, or is this like a business that I want to build? So I hope that helps you. We are going to move now. Oh, and your challenge, by the way, I can never do this without action. Your challenge is to complete your 145 DGA. We're going to take a short break. I would love for you to pull out the workbook, grab the 145 DGA. We put the workbook as a single link at PS. We updated it from last night. I just caught that there were a few things missing from it, so I wanted to make sure you had the full workbook experience. So look at the chat, either right here at the possibilitymomconference.com/live. Look for the link to the updated workbook right here. I'm hearing that people can get into the portal. Praise God. I'm so grateful. And again, thank you for your patience. If you have not yet been able to, we will the tech we will overcome. So on the break, I'd love for you to complete your 145 DGA, and then we can talk about it a little bit afterwards. Alrighty, so I will see you on the other side. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, take a little washroom break, and then tackle that 145 DGA. See you on the other side. And we're back. Okay, so who tackled their 145 DGA on the break? If you want to put any questions you have about that exercise, if you are confused about how to get more clarity on that, if you're confused about the dream, just let's help you get a little bit of guidance and clarity today. My goal of this conference is to give you like a little bit of clarity. You know, I know there's only so much that we can do in this platform and in this time frame, but by golly, I'm going to make it as valuable as possible for you. But I want to just again encourage you to sign up for the VIP, because in the VIP on Monday, February 8th, like 2 days from today, I am leading all VIP members through my Future Full of Hope vision board workshop, and I'm doing it live. And it's really, if you're struggling, so if you did the 145 and you couldn't come up with the one, like if you couldn't come up with the one, that's okay. It sometimes takes, like having now led a lot of women through this process, it is sometimes difficult to go from nothing to something. You know, it is sometimes difficult to use your imagination. And here's the thing, there's a lot of things that get us in the way of, I'm so sorry, guys. It's so distracting that I'm always, fiddling with this cord. I'm so sorry. Let's just try. There we go. Okay, no, and then I take out. It's fine. It's fine. Like Leah said, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, I can't do it the way she does it. It's fine. It's like she does this kind of like southern twang. Like it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, so in my vision board workshop, I really go deep into the neuroscience as to why it's hard to dream. It's hard to dream sometimes because, like January said yesterday, dreaming is a skill. It's a muscle. And of course, if you have never picked up a weight before, if you have never gone to the gym, of course, it's only natural that you wouldn't know what to do or how to do it, or you might be scared. So if you have honestly never been encouraged to dream, or if you were told by no fault of your own, by different sources in your life, that you can't do this, that life has to look a certain way, that nice girls only do things like this, or people like you only do certain things like this, then of course it would be only natural that you would want to stay within a small little box. But guess what? You're not called to live in a box. I want to get you out of the dang box. Like just push the box, push the sides. And my vision board workshop, I go into the neuroscience in a fairly efficient way. It's about an hour-ish presentation where I really dive into the neuroscience of what's happening when it's not possible, or when you feel it's not possible to dream. And so just don't worry. It is a process, and it's a process that you can win. It's a process that you can win. All right. So are there any things I can tackle? Any questions? Any things in the chat that I can tackle that would be helpful? So Megan says, challenge. My husband and I have a different view about cleaning, organization, etc. He is much more laid back, while clutter and dysfunction stresses me out. Did you watch my video of my 145? Like, I don't know if I'm the person okay, so remember how yesterday I had y'all to do the wholeness quiz. Now, if you have not done this wholeness exercise, again, it's in your workbook. We put in the chat a direct link in case you're not able to get into the online learning portal, but it's all there for you if you want to do this wholeness quiz. So I have gone through this quiz or this assessment basically like often because I lead groups that use this tool. And so every time I lead a group that uses the tool, I just sort of do it again. I'm going to do it again on Monday. I lead the group through this tool and I'm going to do it again. And, you know, it's really cool to see my own progress. There are lots of areas where I'm scoring, you know, 10 out of 10 or 5 out of 5, whatever it is. But the consistent one for me is environment. You know, and it's funny, I'm an interior designer, and I think that's why, because I know the potential of my home. And I mean, and we are just clutter. There's a lot of clutter. Anyway, so the advice that I can give to you, Megan, is to give it time, to be honest, and to be gentle with each other and yourself in the process, and to simply, like, we really only control what we can control. And if we can just release the rest, to be honest, we are so much better off. And so that's what I know my spiritual director would say to me if it was my lovely husband who's sitting 10 feet away from me, that if I'm irritated by something he does, well, just kind of like let him be. Like, you control what you can control, and like be at peace that he has a different preference, because sometimes we need to relent of our preferences. I can understand when it comes to the way that we keep a home, it impacts everybody and all involved. And that's why sometimes we need to, like, that's why I was saying you pursue it anyways, because the pursuit of that goal of a clean home, the pursuit of that goal of more organization and more function is very impactful on people, right? People feel great when they walk into a room. You know, every time this bedroom becomes like too messy and we clean it up, we both walk into it like, why don't we just keep it like this all the time? Anyways, so that's a really important note. I think we got time for maybe one more. How to achieve clarity on contribution. Hi, Bailey. I have desires to evangelize through a personal brand, homeschool kids, use my degree as a speech pathologist, and I have many opinions about this. Okay, so here's the clarity I want to give you, and I think it's a really important conversation to have. We are in a time in history where a personal brand is a thing. And what do I mean by that? I think coronavirus has given us this interesting perspective on how much can be done from home. You know, it's also very challenging, but so many companies now, I don't have exact stats to sort of back up what I'm about to say, but I know that a lot of major companies have made the shift to, you're all now completely working from home, meaning like even when it was possible to come back to a building, companies realized, oh my gosh, it's actually more efficient and cheaper for us to have our employees working from home. And so I share that because, you know, there's some interesting, look at Instagram and how a stay-at-home mom who has a passion for something can build a platform that is humongous. One of the speakers on this conference is Tanya Castellino, and she is a mom in Sydney, Australia, who started a blog because she loved planning parties for her children. If you listen to her interview, I love the way she says parties. So I say parties. She's like, potties. I can't even do it. Potties. Every time I plan my potties, I love it so much, Tanya. You're so great. She started a blog, which was for herself, and then it grew to a platform that now has 111,000 eyeballs on it. She has 111,000 Instagram followers, life's little celebrations. And I'm so honored that she agreed to speak on my conference. And my point in sharing all of this is that we're in this time where truly, if you have a phone and you have a passion and you have decent internet connectivity, you can build a business based on your passions. And again, shameless plug for the VIP, because I include in that VIP the a 5-day personal branding challenge that I completed recently that gives you so much clarity. And if there's anybody in my tribe of possibility moms who has taken it and can share their experience in the chat, please feel free to share, because it gives you a lot of clarity on how you can take your different passions, your different interests, and weave them into a cohesive story that is all about you. Because that's it. At the end of the day, I think what people want is you and your unique spin. They might not be interested or follow along every single part of your dream or your life, like, or your interests, but there might be like one main one that they come to, and then the other ones just give them that sort of like, breadth and experience. So for example, I sell beauty counter. I'm a beauty counter consultant. I'm a beauty counter consultant because I love this stuff. Like, I love this stuff. It was my intention to include a tutorial on this conference, but with the tech issues, my time was pulled elsewhere. But I love it. Do y'all come here to buy makeup? Do y'all come here for beauty tutorials? Maybe not. There's probably a lot of you here who didn't know that I sell beauty counter. But my point is that you can share it all. And as long as you're really clear about what you want to be known for mainly, people can come along for the other parts of your journey and the other parts of your dream. So I want to encourage you to take a look at my the VIP that has the 5-day personal branding challenge. And then let's just do one more. Let's do one more. I dream of, hi, Lily and I are what? Oh, hi, we have a question. Hello, Lily and Rose. How do you help your children with anxiety when they're trying too hard to do hard things and are overwhelmed? This is a great question, Lily and Rose. Thank you so much for watching, Lily and Rose. Is that we don't eat an elephant in one gulp. I think this is the weirdest expression, if I'm being really honest. It's one that is thrown around in coaching, vernacular. And I don't really, but I guess it's because the visual is so strong. If you were to attempt to eat an elephant, you're only having it one bite at a time. And so the pursuit of hard things is really just one step at a time. So what is that one first thing, like I shared earlier, that my business mentor, Ryan Levesque, and he was speaking about it in a business context where we're trying to, build these big businesses. All of those big businesses or big virtues or big habits are simply just one action at a time. So for example, you might be in a competition, okay, where you're going to be asked like to, give a speech or to participate in something where you're in a team environment. And it might be really nerve-wracking. You might be like, oh my gosh, like what if I let my team down? What if I don't, do well? What if? Here's the thing. There are 2 interviews on my conference that everyone, they are non-negotiable. They are required watching. And they all are. But these 2, whoa, Dr. Christine Lee on procrastination. I want you all to go watch it. It's in the mindset section. And then Erin Ingold for my Catholic mamas, especially Erin Ingold. You want to listen to that one because in those 2 talks specifically is a lot about thoughts and facts, stories and facts. So to Lily and Rose, all of these thoughts, there's no way I could do this. What if I let them down? It's going to be awful. Is that a story or is that a fact? We don't know yet until we try, but it's so important that we have an awareness, like we're just talking about with Leah Darrow, that we have an awareness around, is that a fact? Is that a story? Okay, I'm going to just be again vulnerable because that's just what we do. And it's my birthday. And so I'm allowed. As we had like that little break, I walked to the bathroom, and as I was walking to the bathroom, I was like, man, I bought into stories earlier. I really, really struggled with the tech. I don't want to, beat a dead horse or whatever, but I really struggled with my thoughts around the tech. Here are all the thoughts I had in my head. We worked so hard on this. Now nobody's going to see it. It's not going to get fixed. Nobody's going to come back to the conference because they can't get in. I can just go on and on and on and on. And I really stayed there. But guess what? I'm pretty sure we're not 100% fixed, I know, but we're almost fixed. I know that everyone's email who's come in has said, yay, I can now see them. I can actually see them. And in fact, I can see that you're watching them because I have access to, obviously, I can see how many times people are watching the individual videos. And I can see that Dr. Christine Lee's has been watched so many times because I keep talking about it. My point is, all that I had, that story in my head, it's not going to get fixed. All of that hard work was for nothing. I said that to myself, guys. I said all of that hard work was for nothing. And I started to believe it. But it's not a fact. It was a story. And the faster, because now it works. And yeah, did it work from the beginning? No, but now it works. The faster we can make a difference in our minds between a story and a fact, the better we're going to be in life. Okie dokie. Okay, so I'm so proud of you guys for doing that 145 DGA. Continue to use that as a framework. That is a framework from the Women's School that is just such a helpful tool in the pursuit of dreams and babies and all the things. But what you might be thinking still, because I know this thought sometimes just like creeps, like kind of just like gets in there like a thorn in my side. How do you do this? How do you turn a dream into a reality while still being there for your family? How do you turn a dream into a reality while still showing up for your family? In last year's conference, I had my husband, Josh Canning, come on, and we talked about this to great length. And I'll make sure that the replay for last year's conference is also included. If my team can just make a note of that. And when I say team, it's my husband. If my husband can just make a note of that, let's make sure last year's live event is also included in the conference package. Because this is it. And I want to just share a story that I know will be familiar to some of you, but it's a really important story. And it's a story from my minivan meltdown period where I was, again, like I had that moment where this can't be it. There's got to be more. I'm not supposed to live in all this tension. How can I fix it? So like I shared with you yesterday, I bought like all the programs. I read all the books. And one program I bought was Michael Hyatt's 5 Days to Your Best Year Ever. And it was a really interesting experience because basically he had us do a little exercise where you were to describe your year like a movie genre. And I remember my husband and I, we got a cabin in the woods. It was right after a time of intense television filming where I was never home, like literally getting home at like 2 a.m. and then leaving the next day right away, like in the morning, barely seeing my children. And it was an incredible year. It was a year of so much television, so much income for my family. And I remember saying, oh my gosh, my movie genre is action. And the title of my movie from this past year is Goals Met. And I'll just never forget. My husband turned to me and said, my movie genre is horror. And my movie title is Vice Grip. And he very lovingly, and I can remember exactly what it looked like. It was like this beautiful Canadian cabin with like snow everywhere. We had a wood fire, going. And he just was like, I find our life unsustainable. The intensity of your schedule, the intensity of your ability to just keep taking on projects and going is too much. And I remember thinking right then and there, okay, I've got to make a major change. And the change has to be evident, like it's not enough to just say we have to take action, because obviously that's it. Like, it is action. But that action needs to be captured somewhere. And January Donovan alluded to this yesterday, or illustrated to this yesterday. Show me your routine. And this is why I created my signature time management program, Conquer Your Calendar. Conquer Your Calendar, which I released in October of 2018, was the what's the word? The phoenix rising, the genesis, the birth and the results of all of that experience. My minivan meltdown, then reading everything I could get my hands on time management, not being satisfied with what I was finding, because every person I was learning from, I hate to say it because I loved all the mentors I learned from, but all the mentors I was learning from were men. And sometimes they were men who like had grown children who were encouraging me to take naps in the middle of the day. And I was like, when am I going to take a nap with my 1,000 children around me? That's not happening. And so I developed Conquer Your Calendar with a mom in mind, because I know the unique pull and the unique tension we carry so much physically. Like, that's just not a deniable statement. Women carry the breastfeeding, the actual child, and often a lot of the emotional and physical nourishment. Like, sure, dads cuddle, sure, dads hug, but there's a lot of mommy cuddling in my house. I don't know about yours. Let me know in the comments if it's the same in your house. But essentially, we have to put into our calendar things that will make the priorities in our life, the ones that you talked about in your obituary, the aspects of the wholeness wheel that we brought up last night with the women's school. Those have to be captured as appointments in your calendar. It is not enough to just say, I'm going to pray more. The coach in me then says, tell me when. It's not enough to say, oh yeah, I'm going to 100% exercise more. The coach in me says, show me when. And here's the thing. It's not enough to say, I'm going to learn the hacks to make my laundry faster, to cook dinner faster, to make the bed faster. Because if you don't have a clear sense of your priorities, all you're going to do is fill that time with things that aren't necessarily the right things. Time management for me is not about time. This is a writer downer, everyone. Time management for me is not about time. Anyone can manage time, to be very frank. Anyone can take a clock and be like, hey, I have 5 minutes. Okay, what can I do in 5 minutes? But priorities are what you have to manage. The way you spend your time must be dictated by the priorities in your life. And essentially what I teach in Conquer Your Calendar, which is a program that has now been taken by hundreds of moms, is to identify your priorities, stick those in your calendar as repeating appointments, and then everything else fills the gaps that your priorities do not occupy. I get fired up about this, my friends, because it is essential that we talk about this. And so what I'm doing today is I am sharing with you right here, right now, one of the modules that I share in Conquer Your Calendar. So this is a course that is normally $297. Honestly, I've been told it should be a lot more, because it is your roadmap to how to ensure you're not living a life filled with guilt, because you have captured the priorities of your family, you have captured your personal priorities, and you have ensured that the priorities of other people remain over there so that you never get to the point again in your life where you're sitting in your minivan like I was that day, asking yourself how you got there. So I did my best to edit this video so that it kind of makes sense in the context. Like it's obviously part of a larger program. So I think I do reference a few times, like, go look at this module, go look at this module. But I think for the most part, this should make sense. So what I want you to do, if you want to, is actually play along, participate along with how I'm teaching you to build an ideal week calendar. And if you want to do it right here, right now, you have the space and the time to do so. So I'm going to come back on the other side of this video to take your questions about how to fit things in your life. But I really wanted to share this with you because I think it is my most practical resource that I have in the Possibility Mom tickle trunk or toolbox of strategies and tools for you. So I'll see you on the other side. Welcome to Module 2, Creating Your Ideal Week. In this module, we're going to get really real. We're going to get really practical. I'm really excited. Let's get started. In this module, we're going to create an ideal week and look at 4 crucial elements. Number 1, we're going to look at the importance of recurring appointments and why these are critical for making time for all the things. Number 2, we are going to look at boundaries that will help to keep our priorities and how we have ranked them intact. Number 3, we're going to strategize what to do when we have run out of time. And number 4, my favorite, we're going to discuss why self-care is so important. Creating an ideal week is a really important tool for curbing mom guilt, for feeling less overwhelmed, for ensuring that you're not a hot mess all the time. And while it might sound rigid, like we're scheduling every minute of the day, I want to argue that you can find so much freedom in a schedule when you know where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there, what you're supposed to do, when you have assurance that all the things in your life are being taken care of, you can find immense freedom. So right now we're going to start with the first step and look at recurring appointments in your calendar. And to do this, we're going to do 2 things. Number 1, we're going to make a list of all the things that you do in your life. And number 2, we're going to put them into 3 groups. Only I can do, things that I can delegate, and things that I can delete. So your first step, and again, you may do this on your computer. I like to do it that way. You may also do this like I've done it in the past on Post-it notes because it's just so visual and kind of fun to do. But essentially, we're going to make a list of all the things you do in your life. I know. I often get pushback on this aspect because it sounds super overwhelming, but I have made it so simple for you. So what I have done is literally from coaching so many moms in this process, I have developed a ginormous list of things that you can look at and just copy and paste into your own situation to come up with your own list. I literally want you to think about all the things that you do in the various aspects of your life. So for example, work. What do you do for work? Emails, reports, meeting with clients, meeting with vendors, phone calls, etc., etc. What do you do to take care of kids? Do you make the lunches? Do you do drop off and pick up? Do you volunteer in the classroom? Do you work on homework? Do you attend parent-teacher interviews? All the things that go with running a house. Do you do the laundry, the cooking, the cleaning? Do you do, maintenance, liability, insurance? Do you take care of repairs and, light bulbs that go out? And what do you do for yourself? Things like self-care, like just taking it easy, reading a book, doing your own personal grooming, your hair, your nails, getting some exercise, going on self-help retreats, or taking courses to improve either your career or just your personal development. So like I said, this sounds overwhelming, but I promise the result is going to be so good. And I have literally made it simple for you to copy and paste if you want to do that in the tool provided below. So hang in with me here because this is a really valuable exercise. I like to do this every single time I have some kind of a life change. So if I've had a baby, or my husband has changed jobs, or if I just find that things are getting particularly crunchy, or I'm finding like there's a bit of overwhelm or stress, I like to take this activity out and just keep assessing and reviewing and making sure that I'm paying attention to the areas of pain, the areas of joy, and just
making sure my life feels good to me. We cannot grow what we cannot measure. So this is why it's really important that we take an inventory of our life, we take stock of the things that we're currently doing, and view it all with a critical eye. So do not skip this step, even if it seems overwhelming. Just dig into it, progress over perfection. You can always revamp, rejig in the future. So now you're gonna take your long Excel sheet or your Google document, or you're gonna take this stack of Post-it notes of all the things that you do in your life, and we're gonna divide them into 3 groups. Things only I can do, things I want to delegate, and things I want to delete. And notice how I use the language I want, because I want you to think ideal. Again, I want you to think like, what would my most ideal future self live by? What is going to make you the person that you want to be in 80 years? So dream a little. Don't be afraid to put things in the I want to delegate, even if you're feeling like, I don't have the funds, I don't have the energy, I don't have the resources, I don't even know how I would delegate that. Don't worry so much about what is real right now. Think about what I want. We're doing this with extreme detail, and we are doing this so that we can ensure that all the things you're responsible for actually find a place in the calendar. That list you did in the beginning, where the exercise was only about 10 minutes, was really quick, really emotional, really knee-jerk. This is much more empirical. This is much more reflective of the actual activities you do all the time. And I'd encourage you to take at least 20 minutes for this activity. So now that you have all of your activities divided into 3 groups, I want you to pay attention to the first group, the only I can do group. And I want you to take out that piece of paper in the worksheet that you listed and ranked your priorities. And I want to make sure that your only I can do group of activities actually reflects your top priorities. So let me flesh this out a little bit. So for me in my own life, I have spirituality as my number 1 priority. My faith really informs all of my decisions, who I am. If you get to know me well, you're gonna know that I love Jesus. So my faith is a huge priority for me. So again, this has to be reflected in my activities in some way if I want to ensure that it remains a priority. So for example, I have in my calendar very specific times I pray in the beginning of the day, at the end of the day. Let's take another example. If health is a big priority for you, then you should make sure there are things in your calendar like meal planning or like working out every day or 3 times a week, whatever your schedule allows you for. And of course, if you put your marriage and your kids as one of your high priorities on your list, then you want to make sure that you have blocks of time scheduled in for a regular date night with your spouse, or you have blocks of time scheduled in for time one-on-one with your kids, for example. So take a moment right now and make sure that your top priorities are actually reflected in the only I can do section of activities. And if they're not, perhaps you need to brainstorm other activities to ensure that you're actually going to fulfill and live out those important priorities in your life. Okay, so now is the time, this is my favorite, actually create recurring appointments. So you can do this old school or you can do this on the computer. I've given you tools in the worksheet to do either way. My personal preference is to do them on my phone because then I can get appointment reminders. I can move things around really easily if I find I have to structure a week differently. Whereas with paper, I find you have to kind of like erase it or cut, whatever. But whatever works for you, the goal here, again, progress over perfection tip, is to actually just do it. So if you think you're going to do it on paper and commit to it, then do it on paper. But if you're like me and your phone is, a really handy tool for you, then do it electronically. So we're going to literally schedule everything like you would a dentist appointment. I know that's kind of funny, but we show up for dentist appointments. You know what I mean? Or client work. If you work with clients in your job, you wouldn't be late or you wouldn't skip out on an appointment with a client. So I want you to schedule things like prayer, things like meal planning, things like a date night, things like working on yourself professionally. I want you to schedule them just like you would if you were going to show up for a kid's soccer practice, if you were going to be a volunteer on a class field trip, or if you were going to have coffee with a friend. Schedule them in your day timer, in your electronic device, the same way. And this is the key. We're creating appointments with ourselves, and we need to show up for them. You've got to show up for you. You've got to show up for these appointments that you've made for yourself. And that is how we live the most authentic and amazing and awesome and goal-oriented and all the things amazing life possible, by actually showing up for the appointments that you've made to yourself. So there's a couple ways you can start so that this isn't so overwhelming. I'm going to give you a couple strategies in case this is just feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm looking at a blank slate and I can't even, Start with the fixed things in your schedule. So for example, if you are the one who picks up your kids from school, if that is in the only I can do column of your life, then start with that, because you know that's at a fixed time typically. So for example, I need to be waiting at my kids' school at 3:30, so I know I'm leaving my house at about 3:15, and that usually I'm home by 4 because we kind of hang out in the schoolyard and whatnot. So start with that block of time. And then you literally want to click the button. I do mine in Google Calendar. There's a button that literally says create this as a recurring appointment, and you can do it like Monday to Friday. So literally you'll see it's going to populate in your calendar, or if you want to just do this in blocks of time, old school handwritten, go ahead and do that. But you filled in that entire block. So we know that that's a fixed appointment, so start there. Another fixed appointment could be when you wake up. So if you've got small kids like I do, sometimes your kids are the ones waking you up. I would encourage you to actually set that appointment at least 15 or 30 minutes before the kids get up, because honestly, experience has shown me that it just feels so much better as a mama when you have brushed your teeth, when you've taken a comb through your hair, when you've thrown a little bit of lip gloss on, when you've had a bit of coffee before your kids come barreling down the hallway. So I would encourage you to set that time. That's another fixed thing that you can put in your appointment, and have a morning routine that could include a little bit of prayer, some light stretching, a cup of coffee in silence, a favorite book even, and put that in as a 30-minute block recurring Monday to Friday. The next thing you could tackle is potentially the non-negotiables. So for example, if you really want to make sure that you prioritize going on a date night with your spouse, then actually put it in. Hit Wednesdays at 7 p.m. and hit that as a recurring appointment. So once you've put in the fixed things, then possibly look at putting in the things that are very flexible, like grocery shopping if that's on your only I can do list, like play dates, like time for work potentially if you're an entrepreneur or someone who has a very flexible schedule. Look at the things that are a bit more flexible and start filling those in around the fixed appointments in your schedule. And then essentially just start whittling down, taking one Post-it note at a time, or one list on your Excel document or your Google Sheet, and just start putting them into your calendar until we have finished that entire list of activities. Now, what happens when you run out of time? Don't worry, we're going to tackle that a little bit later. But this really is the linchpin. This is where we need to begin, because we need to deal with empirical data to ensure you're designing the most ideal life possible.
So that is it. That is if you want to know the secret to how I really do it all, I mean, yes, I talk about it in my book, The Possibility Mom. There's a lot in there. But the real secret to how I actually get things done is revealed in my signature time management program, Conquer Your Calendar. And there is a special rate that I am offering this course at. Normally, if you were to go to my website, it's $297. You can come in anytime, because I have a real deep desire to help as many moms as possible with this program. The testimonials of people who have been through Conquer Your Calendar, and if there are any of my Conquer Your Calendar graduates in the chat, please feel free to share your experience to encourage other women here. It is hugely transformational and so practical. And so we've got a really special conference rate where you can have access to Conquer Your Calendar for a discounted rate of $197. So go ahead and click the link we have put in the chat to take advantage of this special offer. Now, what I want to talk about now is self-care for moms, because, oh man, does this ever feel like, I don't know, a point of contention, especially in this season of back to lockdown for all my friends in my home and native land. When you are managing the online schooling of your children, when you are managing your own Zoom meetings or Zoom calls or whatever, when you are trying to do dish after dish after dish, when you are trying to keep the laundry, to just like all the things, when you are trying to do that, it can really feel like, this vessel of resilience is being pulled on us. I recently did, I do a lot of speaking on the topic of mental illness and mental health. And Dr. Ella Amir, who is provides support in Montreal especially for caregivers of people with mental illness. She talked about it on a recent panel that we were a part of together, where with coronavirus and the pandemic, we all have we'll use the Possibility Mom cup as an example, but we have a cup, right? That's full. But then Zoom not working. I can't find my login. Mom, I can't hear my teacher. The internet is lagging. There's no more clean clothes. Like our vessel of resilience is being drawn at an exponentially fast rate. And so we have got to find ways, even in the chaos that can be coronavirus and quarantine and staying home all day, every day, and all of our normal creature comforts no longer being available. We've got to find ways to carve out self-care. And it might have to look different in this season. You'll learn in Conquer Your Calendar. When you join me in Conquer Your Calendar, you really learn how to schedule self-care, literally like a doctor's appointment. So you're going to schedule Friday mornings are my day to whatever, blah, blah, blah. But what if you don't have that ability because of a very strict lockdown, right? What if you don't have the ability to have somebody come in and take care of your kids? What if you don't have the ability to get like a moment of sanity and you're resulting to going to the pantry and eating all the Doritos? Like, I get it. I don't have Doritos in my house, but I get that feeling of standing in that pantry looking for something to give you comfort and a little bit of self-care. So I think we have to get really innovative with the way that we do that. I think this is also very temperament related. I think some of us might find, various ways to recharge if we have a more outgoing personality versus a more introverted personality. But my next guest, I'm so excited to bring on, is one of two of a dynamic duo who I loved spending time with when I lived in Toronto. Honestly, if you were to ask me the main things I miss about living in Toronto, I moved from Toronto, where I was born and raised, to sunny Southwest Florida just over a year ago. If you ask me honestly, like legitimately, like this is not just me being, saying this right here, right now, because she's coming on. But if you legitimately ask me what I miss most about living in Toronto, I will tell you, number one, maybe not in this order. Number one, ramen noodles. Mm-hmm. Does anybody, my husband just gave a big So ramen is is it Japanese? Mm-hmm. It's Japanese style of noodles that you just and they cook it in this broth that's been, made from scratch, and it's so soothing and so delicious, and there's all these things in it, and it's like 1,000 milligrams of sodium. It's so good. So ramen noodles I miss my family, so that's why I said not in this order. Ramen noodles, and then my mom and dad, my sister, my other family. But I miss Boogie Dance Co. So I would participate every single Thursday evening. I would put them on Instagram every week. There was a dance class, and I'm talking dance class. The leader of our pack, Mrs. Olahan, is a former Raptors dance pack member and choreographer. She used to be the MC for the Raptors, which is a basketball team in Toronto. If you're not familiar, they they won the what's it called? They won. I was like, wait, the Stanley Cup. That's not it. They won the NBA championships 2 years ago. Yeah, before we left, I remember. Anyway, so she and her partner in crime, Andrea Mercer, who we're going to say hello to today, would lead us in these choreographed, incredible dance routines that would make me feel like, I'm just gonna just describe it, okay? I would walk into that room feeling like, oh, I'm so tired. Like, why don't I even come? It's like freezing cold. Like, I should have just stayed home. But then I would leave like, oh my gosh, world, get ready. And I would honestly leave that room with so much confidence, with so much swagger, with so much little just like shimmy, something. And I think this can be a form of self-care. And the other thing that's really cool about dance is that it works your right brain and your left brain. It's working your ability to follow instructions when there's choreography. And then there's musicality and there's fun and there's artistry. So I'm so excited to bring to the Possibility Mom Conference Andrea Mercer from Boogie Dance Company. Andrea!
Hi, Lisa! Oh my gosh, I miss you too. And if I could serve you a bowl of ramen right now, I wish I could. That's some limits of the screen.
That would be the best birthday gift of all. So I am so excited. I just want to have a quick chat with you about dance and self-care and why I think we have to get a little creative with what self-care looks like for moms, especially in this season. So why is dance a great way for a mom to provide herself a little moment?
Oh my goodness, there's so many things, but if I had to boil it down to one thing for me and why I use it for self-care, I have such small windows of time for self-care. So if I have the opportunity to do something for myself, for me, I don't want to go spend 20 minutes on a treadmill. That may work for someone else, but for me, I want to maximize that time. So dance is something I love to do. I'm generating endorphins. I'm listening to my favorite songs. I'm dancing alongside my kids sometimes, or sometimes without, but it encompasses so many things that there's no way not to finish a workout that involves dance and not feel amazing. Because mentally you're doing something you love, but also there's science happening in your body that makes dance make you feel better. So I 10 out of 10 highly recommend dance. And I'm really excited to dance with you and all your Possibility Moms today.
Amazing. Now, Andrea, I love you, my friend. And I love our friend, Laura Olahan, who couldn't be with us today. She originally was going to be on, but unfortunately could not be with us. And so lots of love to my dear friend. We are having just a little teeny tiny bit of connectivity. I want to be able to see you and do this dance well, but we're just having a little bit of lag. So I'm going to just invite you to look at the chat, my friend, and see if you can help the connectivity while I talk about dancing and while I talk about self-care, because I want to get Andrea on here loud and clear so we can fulfill the dream in my heart, the dream in my heart of a global dance class. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story of when I was a small child. And it's really funny, the things that you have that become evidence of who you're going to become later, right? So, my parents' house, I love my parents. Mom and Dad, Archie and Juliet Santos, thank you for giving life to me today, 37 years ago, and saying yes to having a baby. I'm so grateful. Oh gosh, I'm so grateful for the gift of my life, and I'm grateful for you, and I miss you, and I wish that we could be together on my birthday. Love ya. So anyway, here, it's on my phone. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Just 1 second. Except that I don't know what it's called. On 1 second. Sorry, everybody. We want to get Andrea back loud and clear. There she is. Okay. So my mom and dad. I miss my mom and dad. And my sister Jocelyn and my little niece and nephews. Okay. So sorry. I did not expect to get that emotional about missing my parents. It's because of my birthday. I'm very sentimental about these things. So there was a day that my husband and I were like kind of just like hanging out in my home. It was like early in our marriage, I want to say, or maybe even when we weren't even married yet. And you know, like when you're introducing your spouse or your potential spouse to your family, like they might like pull out funny videos or like, oh, here, do you want to see Lisa when she was little? And we have this VHS tape of me as a 3-year-old child. I have this mushroom bowl cut that is clearly, my mom literally must have taken a bowl, literally, and just gone like this because it's the classic early 80s, you know, haircut. And they have this video where I am singing to all of their Filipino friends, for the fellow Filipinos in the room. Tell me if this was your experience where your parents made you perform. I'm pretty sure this is a universal Filipino performance, where a Filipino relatable thing where your parents made you do things to entertain the guests. So I'm up there at 3 years old, and it's really funny. I'm singing, and my husband pointed this out to me. He's like, I'm singing, and I'm like, whatever. And then everybody starts clapping. And it was the first time that everybody started clapping in that little season. I mean, that little like session where you see it in my face. Like you see it in my face. The realization, like I go from this, I'm like, oh, McDonald had a farm. And then everybody starts clapping and you see my eyes light up like, oh, people are clapping, and they're clapping for me. And it was so funny. My husband was like, that's the moment you notice that you should always be on stage. That's the moment. He was like, I pinpointed it. Your origin story of when you connected applause with what you do now and why you love being at a party or on a stage. I could trace it back to that 3-year-old moment. So we have you loud and clear. That was so worth the time. Look at you. First of all, you're beautiful. Show me those arms. Look at your arms. The best. Okay, so we are going to dance. You are going to take us through. I'm taking off the headset. I'm taking off all the things because I'm going to get up. I'm going to invite my husband to hold the computer for me because you are going to lead us through a choreographed dance that I want everybody to do at home. So everybody watching the Possibility Mom Conference, I want you to, like, doesn't matter where you are, but I want you to get up, okay? And you might be like, no, I'm tired. I don't want to. No. You are going to get up. I promise you this is going to be painless. It's going to take, not that long. We are going to go till we can go. We got a little bit of time. We can go for at least, we can go for like 20 minutes. We're going to dance. We can all do it. You can all do 20 minutes of dance. And I promise you, you are going to have so much fun and it's going to be so worth it. Okay. Andrea, are you ready?
I am ready. Can you hear me?
I can. This is amazing. Okay, hold on.
All right. Put on your boogie shoes, Lisa. Let's do this. When was the last time we danced together? All right. Welcome, everyone, to your first boogie dance class. I am so excited to dance with you today. Lisa hit the nail on the head. She covered off everything I feel about dance. It is my favorite form of self-care. So good for you for putting this time into yourself today. I'm not going to talk that much because my job is to get you moving. My job is to give you a dose of endorphins. And I'm so happy to do this, especially on Lisa's birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. We are going to do a quick stretch, real quick stretch, more of a formality at this point. We are going to do some choreography. That sounds like a really big word. It's really not that complicated. It just means we are going to plan out what we're going to do in advance. So we are all doing the exact same dance at the exact same time to the exact same beat, more or less. That is your challenge for today. You're going to feel really good about it if you challenge yourself. You're also going to feel really good if you just want to vibe out That's totally fine. I am looking for progress, not perfection today. I just want to see you walk out of this dance class feeling better than the way you came in. All right, so without further ado, let's get moving. I'm going to start us off with a quick stretch. Here we go. Follow along. All you have to do is follow me. Music. Reach it up and up and down. Deep breath and down. Shoulder, shoulder. Double time, let's go. Hey, forward. Are you ready to learn some choreography? I'm going to be counting to 8 over and over and over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In dance, that is how we keep track of our movements. So, follow me. We're going to break down all of the moves in the dance and slowly put them together. You probably feel like you can't get the whole routine. Right now, you're like, oh, I might just get a few. You're going to surprise yourself. I promise you. So, if you can walk, you can do the first move. Can you walk? Yes. Okay. So, actually, even if you couldn't walk, we have some people in our dance classes sometimes that can't. We modify dances for everyone. But we are going to start it off with a simple walk. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back it up. 6, 7, 8. Easy enough? Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Too easy for you guys. You guys are possibility moms. You want more. Okay. We're going to add a whoa. A whoa is like, it's like you're about to dance and then something catches you off guard. So you just, whoa, whoa. All right? We're going to do that when on the count of 4 when we get to the front. 1, 2, 3, whoa, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try it with me. 1, 2, 3, whoa, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, whoa, 5, 6, 7, 8. And with every move, I'm going to encourage you, if it's a walk and you just simply want to do the walk, you do it. I'm always going to encourage you to add arms and heads, but you do you. Take from this class what you need today. If you need to vibe out and modify down, good for you. If you want a challenge and you really want to push yourself, good for you. Okay, either way, I'm so happy to be dancing with you. I am going to add one more move onto that. We're going to put on the music. We're going to put them together. Bada boom, bada bing. You're doing choreography. The next move, very simple. I'm pretty sure it's Lisa's favorite move. I think it was the move she was telling me about the other day. It is a box step. A box step, you go forward, forward, back, back. Forward, forward, back, back. Forward, forward, back, back. You know I'm not going to keep it that easy though. Can you take your arms? Swing, 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 swing. You got it. Swing, swing, swing. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is when one foot goes forward, you swing that opposite arm up. So you guys are mirroring me. So this is going to be your left leg, right arm. 1. Swing. Bring the other foot. 2. Push it back. 3, 4. The arms are just doing 1, 2, 3, 4 while your feet are going 1, 2, 3, 4. I know this one's a little tricky. Like Lisa said, let's turn on all those parts of our brain that we're not normally using. Let's try that together. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Yes, good job. That is exactly it. Now, if you want to add a little bit of flavor, which I know you do, I'm going to give you a couple little tips. When you put that foot forward, you got to lead with your hip. It's almost like your hip is leaving before you, and you got to kind of catch up. So you're going to back, back, You can look in the direction that you're going. Add that head if that works for you. If not, just keep following me. When you push it back, I want you to push that booty out. Done, done. Okay, over-exaggerate everything. That's all dancers do. We over-exaggerate everything and smile the whole time. And it looks good, okay? No matter what. Progress, not perfection here. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yes. Keep going. This move just feels so good. I don't know what it is about this move, but I love it. All right, I'm going to put the music on, and we are going to do the walks with the box step. That is what I call the Beyonce box step, because this is how some people do a box step. Beyonce does it like this. All right, so we're going to channel our inner Beyonce. Are you ready? All right, let's do this. Follow me. One thing I'll point out, when I say 5, 6, 7, 8, for people who've never done choreography, that's my way of saying ready, set, go. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8. It means on 1, we're walking. Cool? All right. Let's do it. You can just feel that beat this first little bit. Wait for my cue. 5, 6, 7, go! 1, 2, 3, whoa! 5, 6, 7, 8, box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Such a groove. This is a super swaggy and super groovy song. So, Lisa, I see you loving it. I'm so happy. Is that the move? Oh, yes. Best day ever. Me too. Lisa, was this the move you love so much? Yes.
I love all of it.
Okay. So let's keep going here. And don't worry, you're going to have so many times to go through that. As many as, the next 15 minutes allows us. So if you don't have it now, you'll have it, because we're gonna go through it probably about, not to scare you, but at least 20 more times. All right, next, let's loosen up those hips. Dancing is always about hips. I tell the little toddlers we teach and the adults, if you can figure out how to loosen up your hips, you can dance, because dance is all in the hips and in the core here. So we are gonna go side to side, side to side. Again, lead with that hip. Okay, you're that leg that we had in the beginning in terms of bandwidth. Imagine that's like the top of your body and your hip is on point, okay? You're chasing that hip. So we're gonna do 4 singles, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we are going to challenge ourselves to do doubles. So 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 doubles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your arms, your head, do whatever you want. Give them a break for that move. That is just all about the hips, whatever feels natural. For me, my arms just kind of move with my hips, but for you, maybe not. So you do you on that one, all right? Let's add that on and see how you feel about that. All right, from the top, are you ready? So proud of you guys. Good for you guys for investing this time to do something not only fun, but healthy and challenging. And here we go. 5, 6, 7, rock, roll. 1, 2, 3, whoa. 5, 6, 7, working. Slowly your muscles and your brain are starting to work together. I'm proud of you. This is not easy. I'm not saying this is going to be easy. I'm going to say it's going to be worthwhile. All right, so to recap, 1, 2, 3, 4, double, 5, 6, 7, 8. We start with the walks, our Beyonce box step, hips. That's your first 3 counts of 8. Good job. Let's keep going. Let's try that again with music because it just helps when you're pushing it to music. Let's go. 5, 6, 7, go. Walk. 1, 2, 3, go. 5, 6, 7, Beyonce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, hips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo! Good job. Lisa, does the music sound good on your end?
It sounds amazing.
Because it can go higher, it can go lower. You just let me know. All right. Next move. I call this my bring it move, okay? Like bring it on. Like whatever this day throws at me, whatever this class, bring it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm lifting my right leg. If you want to mirror me, you do your left leg. So left leg, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring it on, baby. That's what the confidence I want you feeling in that move. Okay, not like, okay? That doesn't tell me you're ready to bring it on. I want it like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? All right. And this is our first count of 8. We're splitting into 2 moves. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm very excited to teach you this next move. If you can even get it a little bit, I'm proud of you. Because it's not the easiest move, but it's one of our classic boogie moves that I would be remiss if I didn't include it in one of our dances. It is called the dip and booty pop, okay? So you're essentially going to dive in with your head, okay? Like you're diving in, like, remember you're like, bring it on? Let's go, let's dive in. Your hand's going to go on your knee. I want you to pop that booty, okay? So yes, Lisa, I see you. I know you're excited about this one. We love this one in our boogie classes. If all else fails, this can be your go-to move. I'm going to give you a couple tips. This one is kind of an illusion to give it that fluidity. With any body roll, you're going to really like try and make your body feel like it's liquid, all right? And some little tips to do that. Cock your head back a bit first. When you go down, even though you're literally just going here, which you could do too, this stuff doesn't come as naturally to some as others, but you could just go like this and pop it. And I'm proud of you if you do that, because just getting there on that beat can be a challenge. If you want to zhuzh it up a little bit, I'm going to encourage you, dive in with your head, okay? Arch that back on the way up, hand on your knee, pop that booty, don't be afraid to look at it, boom, boom. Okay? These little heads, arms, these little tiny bits of flair are really going to take your choreography to the next level. But again, if you can't do it, you can, and Lisa's rocking the hairography. Yes, hairography. That's like next level. If you got it, take it out, shake it around for this move. This is your move, okay? It may not come naturally at first, just keep trying. That's all we ever ask. Progress, not perfection. All right, let's recap that. 1, bring it, bring it, bring it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. All right? Bring it, I'm going. All right? That's what I think when I dance. It really helps me to think like, how do I feel? Like, what emotions is this move making me feel? All right? And we're going to do it with music. So good for you. If you need a sip of water, take it. But we're going to keep going because I want to get as much dancing in as possible. Here we go. 5, 6, walk. 1, 2, 3, go. 5, 6, Beyonce. We're going into hip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Guys, oh, bring it. natural. All right, we're gonna try that again from the top because that's a lot of choreography so far. And I wanna give you lots of time to practice. So here we go from the top. Keep trying. Don't give up, we got this. 5, 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, go. 5, 6, 7, Beyonce. Hips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, bring it. Dive in. Okay, so amazing. Yes, you can. I know you can. Keep going. You're like halfway through, and I hope you're having fun with it. And if anything, you feel like, I kind of wish this was just like a global dance party. We do whatever we want. I'm here for that too. You just rock out with us. Vibe out. That is amazing too, okay? If you want to try one of the moves. If there's one move that you just want to do the whole time, you do you, okay? I'm here for you. But we're about to make our way into the last bit of the choreography, and I'm so proud of you just for sticking around and trying, okay?
And Andrea, thank you so much. We've got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. I am going to teach you 2 more moves, and then we're going to just run it 2 times. All right, the next move. After you do your booty pop, can you just do a jump and a jump? And then wind it back. All right? And we're going to finish it off there. So that is after your booty pop, jump, jump, bum, bum. And then I'm going to give you a whole count of 8 at the end. You just party, dance around, catch your breath, feel yourself a little bit, okay? Because you're doing amazing. All right, let's run that from the top a couple times and see how it goes. Five, 6, 7, 8. Walk. 1, 2, 3. Go. 5, 6. Beyonce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hips. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring it. Dive in. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wind around. Go. Again. Here we go. 5, 6, 5, 6. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring it. Turn it. Go down. Again. Yes, you can. Again. Let's go. 5, 6, 5, 6. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. 5, 6. Beyonce. Yes. 3. Bring it. Dive in. Go. Whoa. Yes. Party. Yes, you can. Yes, you did. Do we have time for one more?
I think we can do it one more time, full out for like maybe 3 rounds, and then we got it. This is the best.
The song is 3 minutes long and 30 seconds. So we can do the whole song if you're up for it.
3 counts of 8. We're gonna do 3 rounds of the pattern. We'll do 3 rounds.
Okay, best day ever. Oh my gosh, I know this is making your day, Lisa. Please know that dancing with you, all you guys, is making my day too. So here, let's go. No more talking, all dancing. Give it all you got. Dance like no one's watching, because guess what? No one really is, okay? Let's do this. Smile the whole time. 5, 6, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Beyonce. Yes, go. Double. Bring it. Got it. Jump. Party. Again, let's go. We got this now. 5, 6, 5, 6. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, 5, 6. Beyonce. Yeah. Double. Bring it. Oh, yeah, let's go. It happened. From the top. This is our last time. Let's do this. Here comes the beat. 5, 6, 5, 6. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, 5, 6. Let's go, Beyonce. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bring it. Got it. No. Whoa. Bring that with me. Everybody,
Andrea, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Time with me. This is the best birthday present ever. It was always my dream to host a global dance party, and we just did it. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for participating. Thanks, Lisa, for involving us. You're doing such important work, so we're happy to help at any time. Especially if it involves just dancing with you for, 30 minutes or so.
The best. Thank you, Andrea. Oh my goodness. Well, mamas, was that fun? Did you sweat a little? Did you sweat? As we move on to our next activity, I want to ask you a question. As we say goodbye to Andrea. Andrea, thank you again. I'm so grateful for you.
Thanks, guys. Keep dancing.
Oh my word. Oh! Was that fun? Can you let me know in the chat if that was fun? Okay, listen. Question for reflection while we catch our breath right now. What is one simple way you can invest in yourself right here, right now? What is one simple way you can invest in your self-care right now? Maybe it's instead of going to the pantry, you do that little dance in front of your kids, or you do it in the pantry if you don't want them to see. Or maybe it's that you intentionally every day, like maybe there's a period in the day where it's challenging with like Zoom calls or anything like that. Maybe you just put on like any music that, gives you energy in life. Woo! As we catch our breath, I'm so glad that was fun. And we have to declare it. That's the thing. We have to declare that this is important enough to invest on. That time for ourselves is worthwhile. That time for ourselves is worth it. And I love dancing because look at the sweat, but also look at the fun. And everybody, just between you and I, when your husband asks you, what'd you learn at the Possibility Mom conference? Just do that dance for him, and then you can thank me later. You can You can thank me later. I'm trying to get a reaction out of my husband, but he's not even. I told all the moms, when your husbands ask you, what did you learn on the Possibility Mom Conference for like 4 hours today? Just do that dance for them and like flip your hair and then see, right, honey? Right? And then just see what happens. I'm going to use my happy birthday sash to wipe the sweat that is all over my face. Does anyone else sweat from their upper lip? Like, I don't know why. Like, this is where I get all my sweat. Anyway, okay. Thank goodness I'm wearing Beauty Counter because it's made like staying in place. Oh my goodness, that was so much fun. Okay, so listen. I want to challenge you to do something. And it's something that came out of Christine Yep's interview. So I hear from a lot of you that you're able to access the videos now, and I'm so grateful. And so I want to encourage you to go over to Christina Yep. And she is one of the co-founders with her husband of a beautiful company called House of Royals. And I normally have like her candle right beside me, but it's over there. Anyway, actually, no, it's in the bathroom. It's holding my, I use the vessel now to hold my makeup brushes. But she and I were talking about self-worth. And we were talking about, you know, again, we are both Catholic. If we believe that we are truly the daughter of a king, like the king, what does that look like? You know, being a princess. You know, yesterday I was shopping for the shirts I was going to wear today for this conference the whole weekend. And I brought my little daughter, Phoebe. And Phoebe is 2 and she can, you know, kind of speak, but not really. Like she has hilarious jibber jabber words. I have a whole highlight reel about Phoebe in my Instagram because she's just so cute. And we're shopping and she would look at the dresses for little girls. And there's so many dresses that have like, you know, tulle and all the cute things. And she would go up to every single one of them and be like, princess, princess, princess. If we are princesses of the king, what does that mean? Like, what does that look like? And where we landed, you know, in her case, she makes beautiful goods, right? Beautiful, like here, this blanket. This is a House of Royals blanket. She has this beautiful candle. And I'm so excited to let you know that I'm giving away one of her candles. When you use the hashtag, the Possibility Mom Conference on your social media platforms, I'm going to be picking you know, from random, a couple of winners for some really, really fun prizes. So we were talking about it and she kind of was saying, I really encourage you to look at the interview, especially if you are a fellow Catholic like we are. And she was like, it should impact the way that you decorate your home. It should impact the way that you carry yourself, that you dress. You know, like this is a necklace by one of the interviews. Her name is Rebecca Price. She is a beautiful mom in Toronto, and she creates these incredible pieces. And I feel amazing when I wear this piece. It gives me so much like joy and happiness. Underneath it, I'm wearing a necklace from my dear friend, Mona Corwin, who is also on this conference talking about how to crush it at motherhood. And so what does it, like, how do you carry yourself? And I want us to start, the conversation led to what I'm about to say, was that it should impact how we decorate our homes. It should impact how we dress. And I'm not talking about fancy things or expensive things, but that everything should feel luxurious. And that can mean totally different things to everyone. But that there is this feeling of luxury. And I feel that when I wear this. I feel that when I have the blanket. I feel that, you know, this is, I think, a $20 shirt from Target, but I love the color. I love how it feels. So it's not about the cost necessarily, but more so about how you feel in it. And so I want to challenge us to a little experiment that I'm calling the self-worth swagger. My tech team, I know this might not be possible. I have a feeling it's not. I wish I had a pen, but self-worth swagger. Okay? Hashtag self-worth swagger. I want you to, oh, I'm sorry. No, not self-worth swagger. Self-worth strut. That is what I came up with. But swagger is good too. You can do both of them if you really want. But the one that I want you to remember is self-worth strut. Because I think, and this is complex, and we talk about it a lot in that interview. How can you have this strong sense of self-worth where you feel like strutting, but at the exact same time have humility and have, generosity and grace about you? So it's an interesting conversation. But if we believe that we are the daughter of a king, the king, there should be like a strut to our step, that we have self-worth, that we are, as Christina always talks about, we are royal, that we are, give me a marker, if you can find a marker. I bet you one of our kids can find one. So hashtag self-worth strut. I want this to be a thing. Self-worth strut. And can you just go and do that walk that Andrea taught us? And just do that walk. If you want to do the whole dance, go ahead. But let's start a little movement where our self-worth, which we know cannot be informed in any external accomplishments, let us create a fun little, video concept, little viral video moment where we know that we have so much worth and value just by who we are unrepeatably, that we are willing to strut. So I want to just encourage you to take what you learned from Andrea there, from Boogie Dance Co., and start I'm going to double dare you. I'm double daring all of you here. There are thousands of women. Thank you so much. There are thousands of women registered for this conference. I want all of you here. Imagine if we all, in a clean way, okay, the PG, like not even PG, like G, like in a very clean, wholesome way, because we have worth. Start the self-worth strut movement. That's what I would like to call you on. And if you want to do that, just do a little, you don't have to play music. You could or you can put music on Instagram, like afterwards, like by doing a reel. Everybody go create a reel. Everybody go create a reel. Use the hashtag self-worth strut. Tag me on it on Instagram at Lisa Canning. Let's see how many of these we can get moving. All right, so I want to talk about your comments on how you can invest in your self-care right now. We're going to spend a few moments on there before we pause for a quick break. Stephanie says she's going to invest in self-care and smile and soak up the fun in the moment. I was dancing in my pantry. Could this be the hashtag dancing in the pantry? Entirely other one. Oh my word. You can do your self-worth strut dancing in your pantry if you want. Jessica says, take a big bubble bath tonight. Candles, music, whole shebang. Amazing. Lonnie says, take the time to sit and play music with my husband. I haven't been singing enough. Oh my gosh. Blanca says, oh, hi, Blanca. When I was a child, I sang and danced for my mom as a little concert regularly. That's self-care. I'm owning it and starting using my kids' Switch to play Just Dance, and I'll turn on my favorite music and sing it out loud. I love it. And then Angela says, I think it's time for a mama manicure. This is amazing. Alrighty, so I am so delighted to hear that so many of you are able to get into the vault of, like I said, I haven't fully counted, but I actually think it's 66. 66 incredibly value-laden interviews, and I just want to share with you an excerpt, a few of those right now.
All right, so final question for you today, Heather, that we've been asking all the speakers on this conference is, if a mom came to you and said, I really just do not think it's possible for a mom to be a great mom and pursue her dreams at the same time, what would you say?
I would say, let's sit down and look at your calendar. let's find some time for you. Let's figure out how we can find some time. And because I guarantee you, I get a lot of flack for someone for saying this, but there's no such thing as I don't have time. The saying is, it's just not a priority to me right now.
How much support do you have? Do you need more support, and where can you find it? Because I truly believe that motherhood is not a solo job. It takes a village. You know, the world we live in right now is not necessarily how many generations of families lived. They always lived in community. There were always grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins there to help. And I think now, I don't believe that we as moms, whether we have 2 kids, 8 kids, 10 kids, means that we need to care for them at every hour and every minute of the day. I believe that, you know, it's also very good for children to have the influence of other people in their life. It helps them to grow. It helps them to not have a narrow view of the world of like, this is the only way something can be done. And so, you know, I think it really benefits them when they grow into adults to be able to know that it's okay to ask for help. And I think when we teach people that it's only the mom's job and she's the only one that can do X, Y, and Z, it really puts that pressure on us when we are adults, that for the same, it kind of perpetuates that lie, right? That we have to do everything ourselves.
I think a lot of times moms have these ideals in their head, and so when they're saying statements like, I don't think I can pursue my dreams and be a good mom, well, maybe their ideals for those aren't actually compatible. You know, maybe they can't do those things. But I do think that every mom can attain a practical application of her dreams and be a practically good mom. You know, not the idealistic way, but in practical terms, if you would break it down and really, you know, I'm sure you do this with your clients all the time when you counsel them and really break it down with them and what all those little detailed practical details are. You know, once you work through all those things, I think that moms can be satisfied, 100% satisfied in the end with whatever dream that they do want to pursue and being a good mom.
It just takes one step at a time. And that could be a tiny step, but as long as you put one foot forward at a time, before you know it, you'll be a mile ahead of where you were.
I want to just review where we've come from. And I don't know why I'm so emotional about these things. Like when I'm watching the videos, I probably watched these so many times, you know, editing, and obviously I was there for the interview. But the hope, I'm looking at all these moms of different backgrounds, different experiences, and I want to be very transparent. Like some of the moms really challenge me in the interviews. There's a couple where Stephanie Weinert is the most, if I'm pretty sure, between her and Sarah Rosensweet. Sarah Rosensweet has an amazing video in there on how to finally stop yelling at your kids. And then Stephanie Weinert, we have a very frank discussion about what it's like to pause and whether or not it means you're putting your dreams on hold. And so I want to encourage you again to click the button right below this if you're watching me here on the possibilitymomconference.com/live. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, we'll put that link right below as well. But to go grab your VIP pass, because they're not to be missed. I think that's partly why I was so frustrated with, unfortunately, the tech not making it accessible, because they are just so good and so hopeful and so practical. So let's review where we have come from. I've got one more question for reflection for you that I'd love you to weigh in on. But before I launch that, let's just review where we've come from. We had Jennifer Fulwiler sharing with us how to not give up, how to embrace the bomb, how to take massive action. And we joke about how your dreams can have your dead dreams can go in a minivan. But it's January Donovan so eloquently put, she's encouraging us to like break open those dreams and not feel a single ounce of guilt about pursuing them, because they are part of our unique, unrepeatable mission. We heard from Leah Darrow this morning, who shared with us so powerfully more on this topic of how we are unrepeatable and that our dream is a dream that must be lived out and that it's going to fulfill our vocation. I think that was the most powerful line of her segment, that it's going to fulfill your vocation, not take away from it. It's going to make you a better mom when done in proper discernment and proper time management. And as I shared with my excerpt there, my peel the curtain back on my signature time management program, Conquer Your Calendar, there is a way where when you have your priorities correctly identified, you can ensure that they take up the time in your calendar with priority, and everything else is designed around those things. We talked about the importance of self-care in moms. These are essentially all the pillars that are important to me. The possibility mom, to be a possibility mom, is to care about every single one of these pillars. This wholeness, what it looks like to all of those pieces, as we teach in the women's school, where your wealth, where your contribution, where your marriage, where your relationship with your kids, your environment, your contribution, your friendships, and your health, where not just one of them is thriving, but they're all working together in equal, or maybe not equal is the best word, but they're working together harmonious. The right word is integrated. They're working together in an integrated way that results in what? If you did not listen to the end of my interview with January Donovan last night, it's right below this. If you're watching on the live page, right below this is my day one. Come back to it and watch it right at the end. Because the result of all of this work is sustained generosity. And what does that mean? Leah Darrow touched on this too. That you can have an interior peace. And I know that there might be lots of different people with different viewpoints, with different religious practices and whatnot coming on here, but I can only speak from my personal experience as a Catholic. And what this work towards wholeness has shown me is that this interior peace, this interior freedom brings you into relationship with a God who is the ultimate. And it brings you to a place of authenticity that is, the word that's coming to mind is remarkable, like remarkable, where you're able to meet a version of yourself that is fearless, that is so trusting in the divine plan that is there for your life, that you're able to step out. You're able to do the work. You're able to live out this mission that's ultimately going to give gift and impact to everyone around you. But in the most practical sense, because it is sometimes, if I'm being honest, it is sometimes easier to speak rhetorically. It's very fun, it's very fun to like, can you hear the people singing the song of angry men? Any other Les Mis, people in the house, you will know that reference. Les Miserables, the best musical ever created. Sometimes it's easier to just sort of stay in that mode of like, rah, rah, you can do it. Let's all catch, let's all chase and crush our dreams and, glass ceilings, break every single one. But I love to live in the practical. So our last reflection question of the day, I'm pretty sure, our last reflection of the question of the day, what area of your life are you efficient with your time? And what area are you inefficient? Because if you remember, the lovely Leah Darrow brought up the three phases that she, walked us through in terms of getting clearer on the how. So there's the self-awareness she mentioned, and then a metanoia, a conversion. And then, to be very frank with you, I forgot what she said, the third thing. I'm pretty sure it's like the action, like I think at least. Mission, the mission, which then obviously you have to like act out. But we have to have this self-awareness. And this is why this question is really important. So let's just spend a few moments. We're only going to spend a few moments here before I bring it all together and talk about how motherhood can give birth to a new dream. So let's hear it. Let's talk about it. What area of your life are you inefficient? And what area are you efficient? Let's have a nice conversation, because I think sometimes it's also helpful to know when you're not alone. Okay, so I'm just going to read through these one at a time. So Katie is efficient in getting chores done and dinner on the table. Inefficient with using my limited free time wisely. Thanks for being honest about that. Michaela says, efficient when I have less time. Otherwise, I waste time. That is something called Parkinson's law. This ability to, like, before I became a parent, a blog post would take me 8 hours because I had 8 hours. And then when all of a sudden it is, drastically reduced, you learn how to do a task in a shorter amount of time, the time that you allow it. Something called Parkinson's law. That's great. Thank you, Elena, for the compliment on my good voice. Another trait about my Filipino background, many Filipinos know how to sing. It is something that I enjoy doing and I would like to do more of. Tiffany says, I completed Lisa's Conquer Your Calendar and finally have 30 hours of work, 1 child's extracurriculars, meal planning, and cleaning under control. This is music to my ears. Tiffany, thank you for that feedback. And then Donna says, inefficient, getting housework done. And so again, I'm very aware of the reticular activator, where when we put something in front of our brain, it's going to look for more evidence. So I'm bringing up the negative, the inefficiency, not so that our brain can look for more evidence of that being true, but so that we can be aware of areas where we can grow. And then your reticular activator begins to look for the solutions, the ways, the avenues, the pathways, the actions to get it done. And of course, today in the conference, I also shared with you 2 resources from the Women's School, the 145 DGA, as well as the 5-step goal process to help you actually turn things into action. And then, like I said, I really believe that if you follow the principles and Conquer Your Calendar, as Tiffany has said, you can become unstoppable. And you can walk this life, like January was talking about yesterday, of truly not feeling guilty, of truly not feeling divided, because you have a sense and an understanding of where things fit, what things you have to say no to, so that you can be truly present and have that sustained generosity. Can motherhood give birth to a new dream? Can motherhood be the place where you come to life? Can motherhood be a place of great possibility and impact? What do you think my answer is? Put your answer in the chat. Let me know. Let me know. And my invitation to you is, can you join me? Will you join me in this movement? Because I believe it is a movement. Will you join me in a movement of women pursuing wholeness? Now, when I first heard the word wholeness, and I remember when I met January for the first time, and let me share with you a really funny story of how I met January. So I live in a small community here in Southwest Florida. And when we were purchasing our home, we were only, I think we were the fourth family to build this particular model. I live in a master plan community. There are only like, 12 different models of home or something like that you can buy in my particular community. And you have to build. It's not like, it's one of those master plan communities. And so the lovely sales agent, Holly, was like, do you want to see your model of home, but with a family in it? And I was like, yes, yes, I would like to see that. And all I was thinking in my head was like, how on earth is this happening? This would never, ever happen in Toronto, like ever. So she's like, pulls out her phone. I remember Holly pulls out her phone and she goes like, oh yeah, okay. She's homeschooling her 6 children, but she says we can come over. I remember I turned to my husband. I think I like grabbed him by the arm, and I was like, we cannot go to a homeschooling mom's home in the middle of the day, unexpected, as strangers looking to tour her house. I was like, no, I am not doing that to this mom. But I don't know, everybody seemed to be like, it's okay. And I was like, this is crazy. And so we got in the golf cart, and I kid you not, it's like a 2-minute walk from the sales agent center, the sales center. It's like, it was a 2-minute golf cart ride, right? And then I'm so sorry. Hey, can I just trouble you? I just dropped all of the schedule. Thank you. It was a 2-minute golf cart ride from the sales center to this beautiful person's home. So I was like literally backing my body up from going to her front door, because I was like, this is like, I cannot do this to somebody. This is so inconvenient, blah, blah, blah. We walked to the door. I remember it swung open. And I remember the first thing I smelled was essential oils. So there was this like beautiful wafting of essential oils. And then I see this adorable child who, in my head, I was like, oh man, like if somebody came over unexpected to my home, they'd probably find my son James like wearing no clothes and like, probably with like, lip ketchup all over his face. So here's this like adorably like clean and adorable, well-dressed child with clothes on. And she's like, hello. And I was like, oh, is your mom here? And she's like, yeah, she's coming. Come on in. So I walk into this house. There's no mom yet. And I just remember my next thought. So first thought was essential oils. Next thought was this child is so clean and is in clothing. And then my third thought was I can see my face in her dining room table. It's like something is not computing. Then this woman descends the stairs like this majestic, she was full hair, full makeup. I think she had a dress on and heels even. And I just remember being like, we gave this woman 2 minutes notice. There is no way that like she looked like this and her house looked like this. She didn't just scramble at the last minute throwing everything into her pantry. And so as we were talking, I was like, oh, like, wow, what a beautiful home with beautiful children. All 6 kids were home homeschooling. And we just got to talking. I was like, oh, like, are you from the Philippines? And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm from the Philippines. And I was like, hey, like, I think your kids are mixed. Like, what background is your husband? He's also like of Irish descent. And then I was like, well, what do you do for work? And she's like, oh yeah, I coach moms online. And I just about lost my mind. I was like, what is happening? This woman is my doppelganger, and she clearly has some skills that I could clearly learn from. So January, Donovan and I became friends, just sort of like, over Instagram type thing. And this was just in the very, 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 very early stages of her dream of moving to Florida and building what is now called the Women's School. She used to coach for free, basically, for years and years and years. And then, finally was going through the process of putting it into a course that people could participate and purchase. And, when I was writing my book, The Possibility Mom, we were kind of on the same journey. Like she was launching the Women's School and I was launching my book, and we did, she did the webinar together and that kind of thing. And I remember when we were moving here to Southwest Florida from my hometown, Toronto, Canada, her and her husband, Ryan, were like, Lisa, like you should really consider becoming a strategist in the women's school. We think it could be such a compliment for your business. You would be great in the organization, so on and so forth. And I kind of remember just being like polite about it and like, okay, maybe when I move, like we can like talk about it and we'll just, go from there. But we're in the middle of a move. And so there was, a lot of moving parts, and I was in a time of great transition. So I was kind of like, you know what, maybe not a time to take something new on. And then we moved and we were hit with an incredible surprise. And I shared it yesterday, but in case you weren't there, as part of promoting my book, The Possibility Mom, I was able to have the wonderful opportunity to be on the Today Show in New York City, to be in Los Angeles on the Hollywood Studio or Universal Studios backlots filming for Hallmark Home and Family. I was able to visit multiple cities across the US and Canada talking about my book. And of course, a lot of this came at my own personal expense. When you publish a book, and by the way, I have to share that one of the interviews in the roundup of 66 interviews is the beautiful Morgan Gist McDonald, who has a process and helps authors become authors. So if you think you have a book in you, I want to encourage you to check out that interview. When you do the kind of publishing route that I did, which is a hybrid of self and traditional publishing, you front a lot of the expenses yourself. Jennifer had a publisher that was able to front the promo for her book, but I used a lot of my personal funds to fund that experience myself. And of course, that came at a significant cost, but we did it in a calculated way. We had sold our home in Toronto, so we had some equity that we could draw from. And I'll never forget, we were in Nashville, Tennessee, and I had done this amazing interview, and I had met some local moms, and it was just all kinds of fun. And our hotel had this cool like rooftop patio. We just felt like, oh my gosh, this is the dream, and we are living the life. And I went to go open my computer to just like clear out some emails and whatnot. And I'll never forget the email that I read. I had come from this place of absolute like, oh my gosh, I'm on top of the world. I love my book. Everything's going great. And this one email changed everything. It was an email from our lawyer for the closing costs of our home that I'm currently sitting in Southwest Florida. And it was all the closing documentation, including what we were meant to pay. So what we had to have available for time of closing, which was in just a few short days. I think it was maybe 14 days or something like that. And the number that was on my screen and the number that my husband and I had thought was the number was off by $50,000. We were $50,000 in the hole, meaning we did not have it. Meaning, I just remember looking at that paper, looking at my screen rather, with the document, saying to myself, oh my gosh, how could we let this happen, number one, and what are we going to do? And it still brings back a wave of emotions, because what I did at that time was it went into straight self-condemnation. Straight self-condemnation. How could you do this? How can you travel across the North America telling other moms that they can pursue their dreams, but you can't get your financial house in order? How can you be on these national TV programs projecting this air of you have things figured out when you clearly do not? I went straight into epic self-condemnation. And I stayed there if I'm being really honest, for months. So to make a long story short, we scraped together whatever we could. And, thankfully we had some family who could help us out to cover the cost of the final closing. But as a result, of course, we were not as financially liquid. I'll just put it that way. We were not as financially liquid when we came here. And so I had pictured this very abundant life. I had pictured this very, life full of possibility and opportunity, this new home. I had vision, casted it and dreamt about it. And when faced with the reality that was basically the opposite, it was truly a very crushing experience. There's a couple stories that I want to share. I won't stay here for too long, but I'll never forget Halloween that year. Halloween that year was right after we had moved. Again, we had made this sort of $50,000 mistake. And we did everything we could to kind of just like figure that out, like practically, so that meant, just to be very transparent with all of you here on the internet, it meant credit cards. It meant any lines of credit that we could draw on. It meant family that supported us, on and on. But it meant like literally my credit card had no more room on it. Like no more room. Like I would have to kind of move things around from one account to another account just to like free up room to go to the grocery store. And I'll never forget that Halloween of 2019, standing in front of the candies, where in the past in Canada, it wouldn't have been an issue what I bought or whatever, agonizing over the decision of how much money to spend when I just had such little leftover money to spend on something like Halloween candy to give away to the neighborhood. And my kids were on the floor. Like we had no mattresses for weeks. And they would ask me again and again, Mommy, like, how come you're not just buying mattresses? Like, how come you're not just putting it on your credit card? And of course, I didn't have any words how to explain that situation to my, almost at that point, I was pregnant with my eight children. The point I'm trying to make here is that I stayed in that place of self-condemnation and doubt and shame, where we had a mattress on the floor in this very room that I'm sitting in. We had a mattress on the floor right over there. I was ginormously pregnant with my 8th child. I would roll over and my feet would touch the carpet. And my first thought every single morning was, you are a failure. And I wasn't talking about it. I was trying to put on a really brave face. It was really hard. And all this while, the Donovans had been very gently. They were being so neighborly. They had, really with open arms welcomed us to the community, as many people did here. And they would continue to ask me, to invite me. You should really consider being a strategist. Eventually, I think I was open with them about what happened with the finances, and they just kept encouraging me, like, Lisa, this could be something that could radically help your family. Like, this could be an opportunity that could really, really help you out. And I had hit such a rock bottom position in terms of my self-worth, self-image. And I got to a point where I was like, you know what? There honestly is nowhere else but up. Like, I am at the bottom. I'm just at the bottom. And literally, I remember just being so pregnant, on the floor, just this is clearly there's nowhere but up from here. So why don't we give it a try? And I remember I cracked open the first, I can't even remember which video it was, if it was lesson 1 or if it was one of her webinars. And the words that she said changed everything for me. And she said, when you are in crisis, it's impossible to create. And that you are the only one who can get yourself out of crisis. And it was that phrase that propelled me to move forward get off the floor, realizing like it really does, like I am the one who is holding myself back by doing nothing, by only staying in that space of deep, dark despair. I am doing myself no favors. And I'm actually even closing myself off from God, because I was looking for no opportunities. I was looking for no way to help myself. All my reticular activator kept, focusing on was what I was feeding it, was that I'm a fraud and I am a failure. And I just want to share with you really quickly what happened as a result. So as I shared with you, this was where I was in October of 2019. October 2019, I came here to Southwest Florida, negative $50,000. Negative $50,000. And by going through the work of the woman's school in myself, by going through that process of self-awareness, of understanding why I wouldn't leave that space of despair, of understanding what past messages in my life, in my experience, why they were like, basically all of that past experience was aiding in me just telling myself that you're a fraud and a failure. By understanding and learning that I can come up with a plan, and if I can manage my thoughts, pay attention to what is a fact and what is a story, focus my attention on what I can do, 145 DGA my way out of that negative number. This number is mildly approximate, but it's, I think, pretty close. In 1 year of being a strategist in the women's school, a little over a year. That's the number. That's the number that has come into my bank account. Can you see that? Sorry, I can't, it's backwards. That's the number that has come into my bank account. I started here at negative 50K a little over exactly a year ago. And in 1 year, becoming a strategist in the women's school, going through the content of the women's school, and changing my life because of the power of self-awareness, mindfulness, learning the skills, and then taking action. My life is dramatically different, but it began with me. The result of the women's school experience for me, it's a 6-month opportunity where you journey and gather with a small group of women, where every 2 weeks you meet to discuss the content that January Donovan teaches. If you liked the fire and the energy that January brought last night live, it's basically a dose of that every single time. And with a group of small women, and then with myself or another facilitator as your guide, you're going through this content and taking action on your life. What have I been hammering home for today? Yesterday, it was like a lot of philosophical, if you will. But today, it's all about the practical. The gift of the women's school for me in my life was getting out of extreme debt, because it was way more than 50,000, because that just was the number that covered our costs. But, there was all kinds of other things that had to be, dealt with. The gift of the women's school for me was getting out of extreme debt and getting to a place where I believed it was possible to make that kind of income that would sustain my family, to make the kind of income where my husband didn't have to pursue other work opportunities, to make the kind of income that would allow us to be generous with our time and our treasure and our talents. Life before the women's school for me was full, like immediately, literally that time immediately was full of crushing self-doubt and despair. And by going through this unique opportunity of the masterclass and this mastermind experience, I was able to set aside those voices that kept telling myself, you are a fraud and a failure. And so before I go into any more details about this experience and how you might also join me in beginning your journey towards wholeness and sustained generosity, and join me in one of my small groups, I want to invite to the Possibility Mom Conference some women who have journeyed with me over the last 6 months and whose stories I am so excited to bring to all of you right here, right now. So join me in welcoming Janae, Liliana, and Suzanne to the Possibility Mom Conference! Oh my gosh, look at all of you. You are all so beautiful. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for saying yes to share your stories. Janae, I want to start with you. So Janae, you were watching this very conference in August of 2020.
Yep.
Made this exact invitation and you watched it. Can you share with us a little bit about what your life looked like back then? And then share with us, what does your life look like now?
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me, Lisa. Gosh, it's hard to even put into words, but I will do the best that I can. Man, my life looked like then. I had been through just a really, really dark 1.5 or 2 years where I just finally had come to a place where I realized how much God loved me and how much he wanted the best for my life, and not just to skate by and not just to meet the status quo. And so when I was listening to this conference, there was a little dream. I had been through some really intense counseling with Dr. Botero's Catholic Psych the previous year, and just started to understand how powerful my mind was. And God had just granted me such deep healing of some things that just really needed to happen. I'd struggled a lot with anxiety and anger, and it's still a journey that I'm on, and just resentment. And so I was still in this place where I had been through so much, and I had this little dream in my heart, and I didn't quite know what it was. And I felt God kind of calling me out of this life I had sort of settled for, in a sense. So I've been married for 11 years. I've got 4 young kids. So I was listening to this conference. I still remember I was washing dishes. I kind of had it in my ear, like while I was doing other things, because I didn't have the courage at that point to be like, I need to go take this time and be at this conference, like full straight on. So I was just kind of listening, and my husband was just kind of like, I guess she's just quiet, but whatever. And so whenever this panel came on, that's where I was just wanting to dream, but just not knowing how to do it. And your conviction that it was there for the taking. Like God, I just felt like God opened this door for me, and that I needed to walk through it, that I needed to see what he had on the other side. It felt like he had just kind of been slowly opening doors one at a time. And meeting you and going to the Possibility Mom Conference was a big start of that for me, of realizing that I had the knowledge, but I needed to learn how to put that knowledge into action. And that is the step that I really wanted to take, as far as signing up for the women's school. And just believing that God wanted an abundant life for me, not just status quo.
Now, you have made some pretty incredible changes in the last 6 months. I'd love for you to just share a few. Like, there's a lot that you could share, but share the changes that have happened in the last 6 months.
So I guess one of the biggest changes is I went from being a stay-at-home mom and having this dream in my heart to reach and impact women, especially having gone through that couple of years of just darkness and feeling alone, like honestly just feeling completely alone, and believing that there was a community out there waiting for me, and that God wanted me to step through that door. And so I really wanted to impact women and begin a ministry. And so that's what I did. I had started to hear a little bit about personal brands. I know you've talked a little bit about that since then, and realizing that I really, really wanted to share my story. And I knew that I needed to gain a whole lot of new skills to do that. So I've been able to start my own personal brand. Going through the women's school gave me so many different skills. And one of them was just confidence and being able to fail. That is one thing that has been a big change in my life in the last 6 months, is not internalizing quite so quickly, and not, at least if the thought is there, I don't let it stay, but that it's okay if I fail, because that just teaches me a lesson. Like, it doesn't mean that I'm less of a person. It doesn't affect my worth, because my worth, like, I knew my worth was in God, but I still let those thoughts really dominate my life. And I looked to the left and to the right constantly, looking at what everyone else was doing and trying to compare myself to that. And that's just not, like, God had a mission specifically for me, uniquely for me. And stepping into that and trusting that he was guiding me was just the biggest thing. So starting my ministry, becoming a strategist for the women's school also, which I know you've been telling me since day one. And it just took some time for God to speak that into my heart specifically, to say, like, this is what I want you to do, this right here, because this is how we're going to change the world, one woman at a time. And so starting that, which means starting my own business as a stay-at-home mom, which I would never in a million years, if you had told me a year ago that I was going to start a business, I would have said, you're crazy. Why would I do that? Why? And then that making me a better mom, that was also unexpected to me, was doing that, stepping out into a dream that God had placed in my heart. That made me more patient with my kids. That helped relieve so much anxiety I was still feeling, even after going through some really good counseling and really processing a lot of things, taking action. That's what brought the clarity. So that's been, I guess, just a little small snippet of what the last 6 months have been for me.
And the work that you do to support moms, Catholic moms specifically, who deal with anxiety and depression is just applaudable and inspiring. And you have such a way, I say all the time, you remind me of January, and the way that you speak with such conviction and hope for moms with anxiety. And so I want to encourage everybody to go to JanaeFranco.com, right? JanaeFranco.com.
It is, yep.
Check out your platform and what you have gone cooking up. Liliana, you also went on a journey to start something new. Similar to Janae, you have launched some things in the last little while specifically. So in the last, like, literally month, you've made some major changes. But before we get into those major changes, I'd love to hear, what was life like for you before the women's school, and what does life look like now?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, and happy birthday. We have to do party after this, yeah. Well, my life before the women's school was kind of dark, even though I'm a Catholic woman, and I tried to have a very good relationship with God. I was struggling. I was overwhelmed. I was tired. I was stressed. I was really, really sad most of the time. So I think one of the biggest gifts from the women's school was that helped me to improve my relationship with God. Because before, my mind all the time was all around. When I was praying, I was thinking, oh my gosh, I have to do this and that. When I was with the kids, I was like, oh, I have to work, I have to do that. So I had zero clarity, zero focus. And also, I had this feeling on my heart, the same that Janae, that God was calling me for something else. And at the same time, I felt very guilty, because I was like, okay, well, I should be focused only on my kids or on my family, and be thankful because I have 5 beautiful and healthy kids. I have an amazing husband. I have a job. I have a lot of things that a lot of people doesn't have, and I still want more. So that gives me a lot of guilty, honestly. And I remember one of the first lessons on the women's school was like about dreams, like dreams are desires that God put on your heart. And that changed everything for me, because I start realizing that God wants me happy, and he wants me feeling accomplished with my family, with my job, with everything around me. And he gave us everything, but the problem is that we don't know how to use the skills and the gift that he gave us every day. So for me, it has been a huge change on my mindset. And of course, that it has been reflected with my family. My kids are a lot happier. I can see them more relaxed, more, especially with my oldest. I have a teenager, 17 years old. He's starting college this year. And 1 year ago, every time that I asked him, okay, what do you want to do after high school? He always was like, I don't know, I don't care. And honestly, that gave me nuts. And I was very, very mad. And we started fighting. And oh my gosh, we had almost every single day these fighting. It was awful, of course. And I think because I changed a lot on myself, on my heart, on my mind, our relationship improves a lot. And finally, a few months ago, he decided what he wants to do. He was just accepted from the college. So I'm super, super happy because now he's dreaming and he's talking to me and with my husband. And in general, the harmony and peace on my home, it's 10,000 better than 1 year ago. So I am very grateful for the women's school. It's been a very, very, very blessing in my life, total in my life. And also this community that Jenny also mentioned, wow, it's a gift because before I was very lost, and also I feel very lonely. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the only woman who wants to be a mom, but at the same time wants to do something else. What happened? And this community that you have created, Lisa, with amazing and beautiful minds and women who wants to share, who wants to learn, who wants to help other women, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a gift. I feel totally blessed for all these friendships and all these learning life lessons that I have every time that I speak with any one of you. So I am very thankful for everything.
And you also decided to make a major change. And what was that change?
Yes, I was working for a company like 8 years or more. So many months ago, I was like, I'm not happy working here. I want to, to have the freedom to take care of my kids without feeling guilty because I had to leave the job right now because my kids need me. And also, I want a job to make me feel happy and to make me feel that I'm helping someone. And I'm not only making rich someone. So I quit my job. Finally, I quit my job. I decided to give, first of all, to give faith, to have faith on God, to really let Him to take the control of my life. Because before I have just these signals, and I always like, no way, I can lose my job, I can lose the security of my check every 2 weeks or my benefits or this and that. And God many times sent me like the people or the signals that you can do something else, you can help other women, you can help moms, you can do this, you can do that. But I always was like, no way, I'm so scary. But finally I decided to take the risk, because it's a risk, right? And to go forward. So yeah, I quit my job. The first day I was like, oh my gosh, I'm crazy what I did. But you know what, after that I start praying more, and I start feeling every day more confident. And also I feel very safe because I know around me it's all this structure that January and Ryan have created with the women's school and with the Strategist, and I feel all the support to do this, to make my dream, but also to help other moms to make their dreams come true. So I'm very, very happy. I'm very excited.
You have recently quit your job. Also, you have become a strategist in the women's school, and you have changed your life. And where can people go to learn more about you? Like on Instagram. What is your Instagram again?
Oh, my Instagram, sorry, as Lilian Contreras M.
Beautiful. You do so much there to talk to moms and give them hope. And I'm just so grateful that you are here. Now, Suzanne, I'm coming over to you in the future, quote unquote. Suzanne is all the way on the other side of the globe, where it is already tomorrow in New Zealand, right? I always forget. I always want to say Sydney. No, New Zealand. You had a really interesting experience with a job as well. So I'd love to hear what the experience with the women's school did for your professional career.
Yeah, so thanks, Lisa. Happy birthday again. Yes, so my name's Suzanne. I was born and brought up in India, and I moved to New Zealand 10 years ago. I have a husband and 3 kids, 6, 3, and 2 in age. And being an immigrant coming to a new country and having a really well-paying job in the medical professional, I'm a physiotherapist by background, was really great. But I was really just not happy in the job. Was really struggling to even get to work every day, was being pulled between the pressures of home and work. And I finally quit my job and was really confused. This is before I joined the women's school. And then just through social media, etc., came across you, Lisa, and came across the women's school. And, always thought the women's school is not for me. It's for people like who are entrepreneurs, just like you, wanting to do something special, not just the regular, people wanting to do 9 to 5. But just the content with regards to balancing work and life and just making family lives just so much more pleasant was what attracted me. And I just thought I'd give it a try. And so going through the women's school, being part of the group that we had was just amazing, because it was during the phase that I was looking for other work and came across this job. It sort of ticked most of the boxes, but professionally would have been a back step for me. And again, just, given all the thoughts and ideas that I had in my head, I just said, okay, that I'm going to take it. It's a stepping stone. I just should be grateful for what, is coming my way and not be too, think too much that, I should get more or something, I deserve more. So I decided to take the job, but I thought I'd run it past my group at the women's school, and I did. And everybody just said, no, don't take the job, don't take the job. And this was during the height of the pandemic, while we were in some sort of lockdown. So, it was something that would have started bringing an income in. But everybody was like, no, this is not right for you. And, you're professionally so much ahead than this job. So don't take it. And crazily, I listened to everyone and didn't take that job. And that was the scariest thing I've ever done, especially when that job's being handed over to you on a plate. But I just listened to my gut and what everyone at the women's school was saying to me. And then I think October, that was maybe sometime in August. And then in October, this job that I'm currently in came along, and it ticks all the boxes professionally, financially, in terms of flexibility, in terms of growth. Like yesterday I started another role in this new job that I've been in for 2 months because they've just seen what I have to offer. So yeah, professionally, the women's school has just helped me really identify who I am. My self-image was the biggest thing that has been impacted by the women's school, the confidence, just being me, and really helping me to dig deep in who I am, that I am statement. I just love those I am statements. And yeah, that's how I'm here today. This is so out of my comfort zone, being recorded live internationally, millions of people. I'm like, I would have never done this without the women's school behind me.
The thing about your story that I also find so beautiful that I related to when you started was, and I'm curious if you don't mind sharing it internationally, live recorded. There was a point in the women's school, I can't remember exactly when, I want to say it was around lesson 5. So we had already been meeting for several weeks. And you shared with the group that you actually went back to the beginning and did it all again, but with a totally different lens. Do you mind sharing with us what that different lens is and what you learned about yourself in that process?
Yeah, so just for everyone listening, practically at the women's school, you go through these arenas, these different arenas in your life. And the first one is self-image. And it's really in-depth content. Like, you really have to sit with it. You just can't breeze through it. But in-depth in terms of not, doesn't weigh you down. It's not like, at university level studies, but it's something that you really have to make your own. And I think going through the content, the PDFs that January provides and thinking about them, it just starts expanding your mind and just things that you never thought about. I think January always says awareness is the first prison that you break through, and just that awareness of where I am at, what I want, what I want to see my life as is sort of what clicked for me. So I was like, okay, I need to go back because my thoughts have changed. My ideas about where I see myself now have changed and where I want to see myself, in a few years' time. And I went back and went through the arenas again. And that first quiz that we do at the women's school, just the first basic one that everybody can do for free. And I just realized that I am not my job. I'm not my profession, because I was, you're made to think that I'm a physiotherapist and I'm an A-grade student, and I am my salary. All those sorts of things was what was defining me. And just going through those first few weeks and seeing, like, actually that's not who I am. I love that statement again, everyone. I am, like, so what am I and who am I? And so I had to go back and really dig deep, and then realized actually contribution, and that's a big thing at the women's school as well. The word contribution is just not my professional work. It's just who I am. And to just go back and redefine that. And I know I'm not explaining it really well right now, and because it's really hard to without going through those several questions that January has in each arena. But that was the biggest thing for me. And I realized my contribution is who I am and what I do in every moment, like whether I'm at home, whether I'm by myself, whether I'm with colleagues, whether I'm with my friends. It's just who I am in every moment is my contribution, and not my professional work, not my title, not what's behind my name.
My favorite, that our self-worth is not our job, is so huge. So as all of you mentioned, this 6-month experience has been very impactful for you. I just love to ask you this question for anyone who might be at home sitting thinking, 6 months, like meeting every other week, like I can barely get on my Zoom calls for my kids, like how on earth could I fit this in? Maybe Janae, I'll come back to you. What advice would you give her if somebody is thinking at home, there's just no way I could do this because I don't have any time?
Well, I would say that you don't have time not to, because you can't even fathom. I couldn't, for sure. When I was listening, the amount of change in every single arena of my life, it opened up. Well, you said it earlier. Time management is not about time. It's about priorities. And that is one of the biggest bonuses I think about the women's school, is it really helps you get your priorities in order. And not just that, but how do you live that out? And for me, when it came to, and I've thought about this before, but it's not just changing me. It's changing future generations. It's changing my kids. I've got 3 daughters that are 9, 7, and almost 5. And right now, like, I know they are going to be completely different people because I have gone through the women's school. Because if you're going along with the culture right now, like if you aren't fighting actively against it, you're just going to get, blown away or whatever, like that imagery of the river, like you're just going to go with it. And right now I feel like I have tools not only to change myself, but to change my kids' lives, like forever. And for that, I'm just so grateful, because one woman can affect so many. And as Suzanne was saying, like, contribution is huge. It's not just about, my ministry or this job or whatever that is. It's within my home, with my kids, with my spouse. We're able to have harder conversations because I'm able to be more mature about those things. Like, because I can say I'm not afraid of confrontation because I don't feel like it's a failure on my part. I remember asking Ryan, or in the questions, like during this segment before I signed up, I said, is this for just a stay-at-home mom? Like, that's what I said. And I know I'm not quite answering your question as far as like the time goes, but I just really wanted to say that, like, I didn't have, and you don't have to have a dream to start a business necessarily, because really what I'm most proud of about the time in the women's school is the fact that it's going to change my life and my kids' lives forever, whatever happens with, the brand that I have or helping other women. So as far as time goes, like, you don't have time not to invest in that. And honestly, you made it fun. Like, we got to kind of figure out what time of day worked better for us. And having that camaraderie, that community of other women that were really fighting for their dreams. I didn't have that in my life at the time. And that was a huge, needle mover for me, was having other women that I could see growing and changing, and realizing, like, if I had an off week, like, no, I've got to take my homework serious. I've got to go in there and do the work, because that's how things are going to change. So
I love that. Liliana, you mentioned the camaraderie as well. For any mom who might feel lonely right now because of the pandemic, how might the Women's School help her?
Wow, it can help a lot. Seriously, a lot. Because, yeah, you have to invest your time, your money, but family, for your marriage, for your community, for your future, for your kids' future. It's a huge, huge, huge retribution that you can have from the Women's School. And yes, it's hard to find the time to do the lessons and to meet every second week. But you know what? Because it's a group of women waiting for you, and they're waiting for help you, for support you, and you can share a lot of things that you have in your heart. It's you find the time. On the beginning, when I heard about the 6 months, I was like, oh my gosh, because I tried many things before, and I always quit after 2-3 days. I was like, this is not for me, maybe later or something like that. For of course, to think about 6 months, it's a long time commitment, right? So that was one of my biggest excuses at the beginning, because it's hard to think in 6 months. But you know what? After each meeting, when you are reaching the 6 months, you're like, oh my gosh, what I want to do now without my meetings every 2 weeks. I'm going to miss these moments a lot. So definitely, it's like a family. I don't know how to say in another word. I can use another word. It's like a family. It's like a family. And honestly, I remember before my first meeting, I was like, oh, I shouldn't sign for this because I have to speak. Of course, English is not my first language. And also because I didn't have friends. Well, I have many sisters from my community church, but every time that I try to share my feelings, really my feelings, I was like, oh, what are they gonna think about me? Maybe they are going to judge me or think that I'm crazy or that I'm not a good Catholic or anything like that. And this woman opened her heart and helped me to open my heart and share and grow up. And wow, it has been a beautiful experience, especially now that everybody is very lonely and you have to adapt yourself to the circumstances around. Definitely, these meetings every 2 weeks are a blessing in your life right now. Yeah.
Suzanne, bring us home. For anybody who might be on the fence, they might be sitting here listening and thinking, wow, like this would be so great, but I don't know how I would ever convince my husband of the investment. I don't know how I would ever make the time. I don't know if I want to open up myself to this kind of growth and vulnerability. For anyone who might be on the fence, Suzanne, what would you say to them?
I'd say do the 2-week trial, the free trial. I was paying my way through part by part, so that's another option. The content is a lot in that you need to sit and ponder it. You just can't get through it. I would say invest in wireless Bluetooth headphones, which I did. So while you're doing the dishes and the housework, you can listen to the content. You can listen to the videos on 1.5 or twice the speed. I have missed days. I have missed some of those meetings. I haven't really finished all the PDFs yet as well, just because I keep going back to things and changing things and want to re-listen to things. So that's okay. There is the option of the unlimited access. It's just what you gain from it. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to anyone if it wasn't for the Women's School and what it's done for my life and the women that you journey with. it all of a sudden doesn't become all about you, but you're rooting for them, and you want to hear their stories and see their changes. So you even tune in because of your group and what you can offer to those women that are journeying with you is what makes it all worth it.
Janae, Liliana, Suzanne, I'm so grateful to have journeyed with all of you. You are all a blessing in my life. You're a blessing to your families and the communities in which you serve. And I'm so grateful to share your stories here on the Possibility Mom Conference. Thank you so much for joining me today. I love all of you. I miss you. Oh, man, I miss these women. So Leah, Darrow, and I, when we were chatting about that whole Bachelor, when you watch The Bachelor, you know what I mean? And it was like this, we were like committed. When we would get together, my group of college girlfriends, we were committed. It was like just, we were next level about, getting together. And I asked Leah the question about what's like a different version of The Bachelor or America's Next Top Model. What's a different version of that? And I want to say it is so much this 6-month opportunity to gather as a group, a small group where you get to know these women, like become family, like Liliana said. So I'd love to just share with you a little bit about what it looks like. You go through the 22 lesson program that January Donovan has created after her 20 years plus of coaching women for free and understanding the challenges and the connections that women weren't making. She turned all of that experience into this beautiful online course where you're able to, within those 2 weeks, at your leisure, watch the videos and then come back with beautiful homework done. And when I say beautiful homework, I mean it's because the questions that she has you ask yourself are so thought-provoking, are so designed to bring about that self-awareness that we've been talking about so much here. That self-awareness is that first prison, and that's what helps you to break free. And so you get access to that. You then get access to myself, and there's likely going to be other small group facilitators as well, but you get lots of access to me. I'm going to be making myself available also in office hours. So in addition to myself or a small group facilitator, you get access to me in office hours. And we're going to journey for 6 months. And I would hear January say this on webinars, or I would hear January say this on different things when I became a strategist. And I would kind of roll my eyes internally, of course, and be like, she would say this statement, "You're going to not recognize yourself." And I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I'm so going to recognize myself. But the truth of the matter is we are always growing. And I don't want to say it's the speed in which you're growing, because that's not accurate. But the kind of person you become, the potential you unlock is honestly limitless when you do this kind of work. I thought it was really beautiful what Liliana said there about how it helps her to pray. The work that she's done has helped her to pray. And I have to say that it has been a result for me too. By quieting my mind, by not giving into the spiral, by not staying for so long like I did when we first moved here in October of 2019, telling myself the stories that you are a failure. When you get off the floor of failure, you can meet the person you're supposed to become. So I want to invite you into this journey. And now you might be wondering, well, what's an investment for something like this? And I just want to share with you a couple of things. Number one, to work with me, I've currently had to make a somewhat difficult decision to limit the access that I'm able to work with people one-on-one. So up until just recently, My rate for working with me one-on-one was $2,000 for a series of calls. I have recently made, and I'm saying difficult because this is my self-image, like what Suzanne was describing, that she's like, your self-image is your opinion of yourself, like how you view yourself. So my self-image when we first moved here to Florida, you're a fraud, you're a failure, you're this. That was my self-image. So what I'm about to say is when I say difficult decision, it's because my self-image needs to catch up with this a little bit, but it's getting there. So I've made the decision to change my one-on-one rate to $10,000. So there's no other way to work with me one-on-one except at the level of $10,000, and I'm working on my my self-image to catch up with that and rolling out that package sometime in 2021. If you wanted to, take an online course, take an online program, piece all of this together and do it yourself, you could be spending countless hours. When I was working on my, that minivan meltdown period, and I was just constantly, literally, reading all these books, reading all these blogs, purchasing all the self-help and professional development courses I could get my hands on, it was constant hours. And the challenge is that I didn't do anything. Well, not anything, but to be honest, it was a lot of thinking and not a lot of action. And so what would it cost for you to figure all of this out on your own? Constant hours. When you join me in my path or my invitation to wholeness, to sustained generosity, it's not going to cost you $10,000, and it's not going to cost you countless hours trying to DIY it and figure it out on your own. But instead, it's just one investment of $9.97, or you can break that up into a monthly payment plan of $159 a month. And that is your investment to this life and this calling of sustained generosity and abundance that we've been talking about all weekend long here on the Possibility Mom Conference. Now, because I know that it might be challenging right now, and you might be thinking, oh my word, I don't have any time. Truly, I don't have any time. When you join me in the Art of Being a Woman Masterclass, I want to give you all the tools that I can give you to make it as easy as possible. So what you're going to get is my Conquer Your Calendar course, which is normally $297. You're going to get that for free. You're going to get my Future Full of Hope workshop, which is part of the VIP package with this conference. And you're going to get all of the videos from the 2021 and 2020 Possibility Mom Conference, all for free. So all of that is included. The opportunity to figure out your time so you can make time for the women's school. The opportunity to help your brain get a little bit more comfortable with your self-image and with what you want to do in your future through a vision board. You're going to get all of that as well. And honestly, I feel like I'm a broken record a little bit, but just the value that is in all of these interviews and these short little snippets of inspiration and tactics that you'll get in all of these interviews is honestly, to me, priceless. So all of that is yours. So if you've already purchased the VIP plan, what we do is we just give that back to you after you have invested in the masterclass. And because I love rewarding fast action, I'm going to do something wild, and I'm glancing at my husband because he's going to be like, what are you doing? Because I love rewarding fast action, because I know how it is. It can be challenging. You might be thinking like, gosh, I want this so bad, but there's something in me that's really holding me back. And I want you to listen to the voice inside of you that is saying, but what if? But what if it works? But what if you fly? But what if you could live life abundant? And let that voice be louder. Let that voice win. Let that voice inside of you that knows that you are made for more, that you are unrepeatable, that you have a unique call and a unique gift that is meant to be utilized and not be hidden. I want to reward fast action. So for anybody who purchases today, so today we are my birthday. Where's my thing? I can't find my thing on my birthday. When you invest in yourself in my mastermind experience, I'm going to gift you, and this is going to appeal only to, I think, certain individuals, but I have a feeling a lot of you here will enjoy it. I'm going to gift you my personal branding boot camp. This is an experience that I led live very recently that then I have turned evergreen in the sense that you can access it and watch all the recordings. It was priced at $9.97, but it is going to be sold in the future at $19.97. And for anyone who takes immediate action and decides right here, right now, by the end of the day today from watching this live. So this is only available on my birthday. I'm going to gift you my personal branding boot camp, which essentially is like your roadmap for starting a business, for how to clarify your mission, for how to clarify your value, for how to price your product, for how to launch, even how to do the tech. If you have ever been confused about how to use tech in launching a business, we give you a lot of tools in there using a platform called Kartra. So for anyone who takes fast action, and I realize that this is a fast action bonus that is going to appeal to a certain group of moms, but I have a feeling there are a lot of you here. It's essentially like 2 programs for the price of 1. So that is my invitation. That is my invitation to you to join me, link arms with me and January, and now the hundreds of women who have gone through this masterclass and are changing their lives and changing the lives of their families and changing the lives of their communities, one day, one thought, one action at a time. And so to take advantage of this fast action bonus, there is a button directly below this video. There's a button. Just click on the button, even if you're curious. If you're watching this on YouTube, we'll put a copy of the link there. And if you're watching this on Facebook, we'll put a copy of the link. But if you're on the possibilitymomconference.com/live, just click the button right below to reserve your spot in my mastermind. Now, of course, you might be thinking, oh my gosh, but I need some time. I need to think about this. I need to figure this out. I want to share with you that there's no risk. There's literally no risk. I offer a 7-day return policy where if you come, you get full access to the masterclass. And within those first 7 days of registering, you're like, you know what? This isn't for me. Thanks so much, Lisa. Thanks so much, January. But this just isn't for me. This isn't a fit. Then I send your money back. Absolutely no questions asked. And we part as friends. There is no trickery here. You know, I have now led 7 groups of women through this powerful experience. And I just have become so convicted in the transformation of the mind and how that leads to freedom. And for me as a Catholic, how that has led to incredible intimacy with my Lord and my Savior. You know, I could spend a whole hour talking about that aspect. I'll save that for another day. If you want to DM me with something, feel free on Instagram at Lisa Canning. But it's just it. The heart of the matter. We are designed for greatness. We are designed as daughters of the King. We are designed to do beautiful, remarkable, abundant things that are going to look absolutely different for all, as they should. And so I would love to invite you to join me into the Art of Being a Woman Mastermind experience. Join me in January and a group of incredible women to take that next step in your life of wholeness and sustained generosity. I've got a few more stories to share with you before I come back on the other side and conclude the Possibility Mom Conference 2021. What would you say to any mom who wants to follow her dreams but doesn't feel like she can do it and be a good mom at the same time? What would you say?
Bull. Absolute bull. If you want it, you'll do it. Look at what you're already doing. Look at how many balls you're keeping in the air. Look at what you're already keeping afloat. You can do it. Just have that confidence in yourself. Push out whatever anybody else is saying. It's their life. You stay in your lane. Do you. And if that's truly what you think will make you happy, then you know it's what truly will make you happy. So why are you continuing to live a life that doesn't make you happy?
It takes a lot of letting go of perfection. It takes simplifying. And you are called for your path only. And if your path is calling you to have a family and have a career, it is possible. It just may look different than you think.
Life is a journey, and it doesn't always go the way we expected. I mean, there's so many things that I saw myself doing or saw my family doing or saw us a part of that I thought, would be part of our story, but it wasn't. But there were so many other beautiful things that have been part of our story that I never had even thought of, never even imagined that, that it would be. So being open and pivoting and being open to that, I think, is really important.
And the reality is that most of us are only living to an inch of that degree of our possibility. And that there is much that we can do to remove those bottlenecks. And ultimately, I think that the real lesson is to learn of how we can sidestep and get out of our own way. So pace yourself, slow down. There's no one handing out stickers or medals at the end of this race. This is a journey, and it is one to be enjoyed, not to struggle with. So give yourself compassion, give yourself grace, and understand you can accomplish this. You can do this. It is out there for you. So I just look at women and it makes my heart heavy and sad so often when I hear women live and believe from a place that it's not possible. I think it's sometimes too, working with someone like yourself, whether it's in coaching or reading your book, is understanding what is this possibility that you're trying to move towards.
Your calling to pursue your dream is as deep as your calling to be a mother, and you can have both. It's not going to be easy all the time, 100%. It's not going to be easy all the time, but it will be worth it. And keep just believing in yourself as a mom and as a dreamer, because you are both and you can be both. So when you hear the voices that say no and guilt, and talk back to them and say, yes, I want to do this and I can do this. And you can make adjustments and be flexible where you need to on both sides, on the mom side and on the dreaming and work side. But you'll get there and you can definitely do it.
I don't know if it's like the music or I don't know what, but I can't help but get emotional watching those stories and finding the hope. I started this conference because I wanted to feel like we could be together. I wanted to feel like I could bring my love of hosting and being, I guess, a natural cheerleader to a time when I think a lot of us need it. If my huge tech, if the gift of my tech challenge in opening up this conference, the gift of it is that there are thousands of women who felt the need. Like, there are so many women in the world who need more joy, who need more light, who need more levity, who need to feel like they are succeeding. When I was pregnant and on the mattress on this floor, and I felt like my life was not what I pictured it to be, and I wouldn't do anything to get out of it. I'm just so grateful that people reached out a hand and said, January Donovan reached out her hand and said, you don't have to do this alone. You don't have to do this alone. And you don't have to stay there. And that's what I want to say to you right here, right now. You do not have to do this alone. If you are struggling, if you are suffering, there is hope. There are skills. There are resources that you can take advantage of. And I hope this conference has given you a taste of some of those resources. I hope that you will consider joining me. I can see that several of you already have. There's some fast action people who just in the time of that video made the decision to move forward. So I want to applaud you for that fast action. And I'm just so grateful to be spending this time with you here today. I want to pull up a few comments that we got before we close things out. My dear friend who has become a friend and women's school client who also participated in my boot camp, who made the investment, Stephanie Sullivan, says the boot camp is huge. Thank you, Stephanie, for that amazing compliment. Angela says, is the boot camp included in the $997? I am including it as a fast action bonus for anyone who decides to move forward today. So it is a birthday. It is a birthday. It is a birthday only bonus. And so that special offer expires today. It is a special bonus. Donna says the added bonus of the business boot camp is a game changer. And again, I know it's going to appeal to a certain kind of mom, but just experience has shown me that there's a lot of you here. Erin! That one for some reason was like blocked. Erin, that's for you. Erin joined. I'm so excited. Erin has been in my world for a little while. I'm so excited you are in. Louise says, thank you for sharing this conference. I'm learning a lot, and happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your day and eat some cake today. May God continue to bless you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for the gift of life. I truly am. And in this pandemic, I truly am. I'm grateful for the gift of life. Yes, Kendra says, I don't want to be treading water for the next 18 years. Dreaming feels scary though. Actually writing it down feels scary. I dream a lot. This is so good. Yes, you do, Kendra. I see you and I see your dreams. You are amazing. This is it. This is the invitation. The invitation is to just take one step. Take that step. What have I been saying this entire conference long? That do the thing that you know you cannot fail at. Just take that next step. Move your foot. Do your little boogie. Do the next movement to get you toward the life that you've been called to live unrepeatably and beautifully. There's a lot I could say in closing. I have a lot of emotions because there was a lot of emotions, right? I was kind of ping-ponging between like being frustrated about tech, being grateful that it's my birthday, being grateful that this is the second conference of many. And, I'm going to share with you something that I shared with my tech team. So when we started the conference last night. That's why I'm wearing these headsets, because the team talks to me. They're all over the world. And a very, very, very special thank you to Matthew, Alana, and Rachel from Verlatu, who have been magnificently handling things in the back end, ensuring that we're all, good. The music was playing and I was, doing my thing, getting all pumped up. And I just had a vision. I was standing right over there, kind of the way that, if you were at a conference center, I'd be like in the wings and I'd be coming out on a stage. And I just spoke into the headset. I was like, hey guys, I hope the next time we do this, it's in front of 10,000 people in person. And if you had asked me that a year ago, when I was rolling out of the bed, not able to afford Halloween candy, calling myself a fraud and a failure, I would have said that is a joke and you're a joke. That's a reference from my friend Jessica. That's a joke and you're a joke, because I wouldn't have believed you. I would have been like, no way. I'm an epic failure. I'm an epic financial failure. I'm a fraud. I'm going to get found out. But now I believe it. I'm going to say it right here. I hope the next time we all see each other, it's in a stadium of some kind. And maybe it's not 10,000 people, but I believe that I could do that. And I believe that you are worthy of whatever dream is in your heart. Thank you for spending my birthday with me. And let's keep this conversation going. Use the hashtag, the Possibility Mom Conference. I'm going to pick prizes, to be honest, at random. I'm just going to take a look at all of the different ways that you have tagged me in the last 24 hours. So keep those tags coming. We have been keeping a little bit of a record, and I'm going to I want to thank, I've got a whole bunch of people who have donated prizes, and I'll do a little post about that later so that you know what's coming up. But just keep the hashtags coming. If you want to help me with this, like hashtag self-worth strut. Hey, Women's School sisters, my strategist sisters on the Women's School, you want to help me make this a thing? Show off your self-worth strut. Use what you learned with Boogie. And thank you for spending my birthday with me. Cheers to all of you. Bye.